All right. So I'm doing an Ask Me Anything. So anybody can come on here. I'll send a link here. I'll put it in the or I'll put it in the, let's see. Yeah, I'll put it from both of them. Okay. I'll put it here in chat. Um, Anybody can also ask questions just in chat here. But I think it'd be really cool if anybody wanted to come on the stream. And if a bunch of people like came on at once, I would just add one to the stream, talk to them, and have a question, quick little back and forth, and then send them away, and then go to the next person. But until I get the hang of setting this up and doing an Ask Me Anything in the future, where I don't know, where I just have it more planned with a set of people ready to talk to. I'll just go off of questions that were sent into me. And then after that, I think I'm going to react to some videos, maybe some Earthling Ed, not sure. Okay, so Vane asked a question. He said, yeah, no human being was granted rights just on the basis of having sentience. Why should animals be granted rights solely on the basis of their sentience? I think this is a pretty darn good question. And it's kind of complicated. So humans weren't granted rights based on their sentience, but based on their ability to have conversation and reason, they figured out how to start a society that can grant rights. So even if we believe in something called natural rights, that's still just something that we believe as a concept. We think that we maybe deserve these rights or should afford them to each other, but nobody is given them like by nature. Nature, unless you believe in something like karma, nature isn't going to punish somebody for going against somebody's rights or anything like that. So living out in nature, living in the wild, humans just being humans, there are no rights. So to get rights, you have to like start a society, have a government, have, even if it's a small one, you have 100 people and you have set rules that you go by. And if somebody breaks those rules, they get in trouble. So therefore, the trouble you get in or the punishment is a deterrence to get people to not do those things. There's various different ways of looking at it. But what gives you these rights are yourself, like your group. You get a group of people to create rights, and so I don't know if animals do this in any way. They probably do some, depending on how sophisticated they are. They have set up rights like that. But as far as humans giving them rights, well, first of all, there wouldn't be any structure for that out in the wild. So this would just be an extension of society. So if we have a society that that affords the humans in that society rights, then in extension they could afford rights to the animals. So and there's a simple way of looking at it. It's not simple to decide things that people have always done need to be stopped from being done. People have been eating animals forever. Almost all of us vegans have spent most of our lives eating animals, and then we become vegan and we stop. And so something like that, same thing with pets. People have had pets their whole lives. So this idea of maybe we shouldn't own pets, it's kind of complicated to just flat out say that there should be this right to not be owned or this right to not be eaten. But if you take something simple, if you take something like the idea of if some psychopathic person wants to stab a dog just to watch it bleed, sew it up, stab it again the next day to watch it bleed, sew it up, keep it alive, but just keep making it suffer, should that be illegal? And I would say yes. And Vane, the one asking this question, I don't know if you would say yes, but if you would, I guess that's kind of the point that kind of, in my mind, answers your question. If you say humans haven't been granted rights based on sentience, so why should animals have rights based on sentience? And that's that, sentience is the ability to feel, to perceive, to you know, to be able to suffer. And so usually when people are talking about animals having rights, it would be something like the ability to suffer. You shouldn't have to suffer. And then the ability to desire continuing. You shouldn't have your life taken. So that's kind of the vegan stance on animals. So if you break it down, really the difference is you might think in some cases that they should have rights based on their sentience, and in some cases they shouldn't. But that's what I'd say is find something really easy to go off of. Like humans give each other rights, but we don't need to give animals rights. We could just say anybody can do anything they want. So people can have sex with cows and people can slow torture dogs. There's all kinds of different things that once you say that you shouldn't be able to do this thing to an animal, you're saying it because of its sentience. And it's kind of the same thing with humans. It's not strictly sentience, but it's something like that. So anyways, there's my answer to that. Let me see. All right. Skeptical Being says, we do give rights to animals as long as they are owned by a human. I would say even if they're not owned by a human, if somebody is caught on camera, like kicking some stray dog on the street for no reason, just going up to it while it's just sitting there and you like kick it in the head, I'm guessing that person would get a fine or jail time or something like that, or have some kind of warning written up about them. I would think they should. I wouldn't think it'd have anything to do with ownership. So something like hitting a deer with your car is kind of an accident. A deer jumps out into the street. But if you just, let's say, like, people have to get hunting tags and stuff like that. If you just take a slingshot with a rock and you just go out in the forest and start hitting deer with rocks, if that's caught on camera and so there's proof that you're doing this thing, you'll probably get in trouble for it, and you probably should. Okay, next question. Veganix says, what's wrong with giving all rights to animals? I mean, I'd like to see them try to vote or drive a car. They can't, so they won't drive. That might be in response to Vane, but it might just be a question to me. So saying give them all the rights because you don't have to worry about what they are capable of doing or not doing. But if there is something that can be done to them or that they can do that humans have rights to, might as well let them. I don't know exactly what to think of that detail of adding the voting or the car stuff, but rights from harm. Yeah, I mostly agree. I mostly agree with that. I think it's complicated when it comes to the ability to reason and to know like right from wrong, or even to know if they're putting themselves in a bad situation. So like deer can't seem to figure out how to not get hit by cars. So that's probably up to us to fence off an area so animals can't come from the wild and get into where a car is going to be. We create those roads, so we should create protections to not harm the animals needlessly. Now that'll remove their rights a little bit, because if you have two foresty areas with a road in between, then you're blocking them off from getting across to the other side, so they have less freedom, less places to roam. But we're kind of doing it for their own protection and keeping them out of our streets. So there's that. And then there's other issues where we might feel that we have a right from being like harmed in a way from animals, or at least our property and whatnot. So if we have a house and there's like mice or rats chewing up the foundation or getting in the cupboards and eating food, that we should be able to protect ourselves and our stuff. And a lot of times people will compare it to humans breaking in. And there's a difference between telling humans in a society that you can't break into somebody's house, you can't take their stuff, and they should be able to use their reasoning to follow those rules or know there's consequences, where like mice and rats don't know. But I still think that you should have the right to protect yourself. Now, humans should always be working towards causing the least amount of suffering, in my mind. So if we're working towards creating sound machines that make mice and rats not want to come into a certain radius, if we're working on ways to capture mice or rats to release them, if we had a good option for where to release them, that kind of thing, then we should always be working towards that. But until that, basically, if a vegan wanted to hire a company that comes in and kills off mice and rats and termites and things like that are destroying foundation, destroying your ability to survive, your food, different things like that. I think that's something we should be able to do, whereas we can reason with fellow humans, and so it's just a different set of rights there. But yeah, for the most part, I think the ideal society, especially if you look at a hypothetical one with endless resources, would involve practically no intentional causing harm to animals. Like if you have a security camera set up and somebody knows that it's illegal to squish ants for fun, and there's just an ant climbing up a tree and somebody just goes up to it and squishes it. Part of this would depend on the need for this law. Like if we can, let's say that we could know ants can suffer, they can desire a future, and let's just leave it at those two. Then yeah, intentionally squishing it should be illegal. It should be wrong. Whereas how realistic and reasonable it would be to make it illegal for like accidental deaths. I mean, I don't know if it all comes down to how reasonable something could be. Like you could shoot a gun randomly in the woods and it could hit a person that you didn't know was there. And you can call that an accidental death, but you took this risk that you shouldn't have taken. You shouldn't just have a gun willy-nilly in some area where people could be. And so we can create things like that with animals as well. But if you're just walking down the street and you accidentally step on an ant, then I can't imagine a world where that should be illegal. But killing one intentionally, I don't know like what a punishment should be, and I don't know if we should like how different we should view something being small versus something being slightly larger, and the punishment, how it works. But anyways, I think especially in somewhere like the U.S. and especially if we were able to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that I mean, maybe even further than that, that you can thrive and survive well without animal products. I think you can have mostly a vegan society legally. Let's see. We do give right. Even humans don't have all rights without qualifications. I'll have to get a license before flying a plane. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what exactly, what exactly that's in response to. But yeah, no, I agree. But in almost all cases, it comes down to risk of danger. So the reason you need a license to fly a plane would be, I mean, in a sense, the government cares about you taking your own life. So there's a risk of your own life. But then you also have the risk of other people. You might crash that plane into a house and kill some people. And same thing where if you have passengers on the plane. And so that's why we have, they have to make sure that you get a license to drive a car and, all these different things. So yeah, your rights kind of end where other people's rights are going to be taken. So it's a response to when someone asked about giving all rights to animals. Oh, I see. Yeah, well, and yeah, so again, I think I think the only human rights that should be taken away would be ones where other animals are harmed, or not animals, where animals and people um, can be harmed. For example, like, so if you don't have a society with laws, you're just out in nature, you can kill somebody. But because nature doesn't care, it's not going to stop you. If you're in a society and you kill somebody, you will, hopefully a good society would have you go to jail for it. And so you lose that freedom, you lose that right to kill somebody. And yeah, because you gain protection. So, okay, let's see. What's your opinion on culling of carnivores? Let's see. I've not yet seen a morally substantive defense. Let's see. Oh, sorry. Difference between a human being mauled to death or a deer being mauled to death. Assuming culling carnivores doesn't lead to ecological collapse or higher number of rights violations, should culling carnivores be what should be done, even though it sounds really counterintuitive? Let's see. And not something I'm willing to accept. I'm unable to find a reasonable answer without being inconsistent. Also, this is assuming culling is the only option possible and not other interventions like contraception or separating predators and prey animals. Okay, interesting. So I have done a few videos on culling of carnivores, and I'm kind of torn on this. For a while before I had ever heard anybody, before I even heard the term culling carnivores, I had thought about this because when you tell people you're vegan, and then one of the first things anybody will say is lions kill zebras. And I think before I ever heard any idea of that it could be better to kill predators, I thought about that. The first thing I imagined was if I was out in the wild and I saw a lion about to eat a zebra, if I could kill the lion, why not? Because if I don't kill the lion, the zebra's going to die. So an action can take place to make one of these two animals die and the other one not die. What should make the zebra have to die and not the lion? And it's complicated. So for a while I was on that side, and then I think I switched over because I view, like, personally, I view that I care about myself most, and then my loved ones, and then my species, and then other animals, based on their level of, mostly based on the capability of suffering, or something like how similar they might be to humans. So in the sense that I care about myself and my loved ones, if it took eating animals to be at the best health possible for myself and my loved ones, I would want that to be a thing. I feel convinced that I don't need that. And so myself and everyone in my house, my wife and my kids, we're all vegan. And but if we needed to eat animals to survive, especially if we were carnivores, if humans, let's say hypothetically, were just obligate carnivores, there's no way to survive without eating animals. Even if I could recognize this as bad in a sense, like I could recognize it that if I could kill an animal in the most humane way possible, then to eat them, then it's still an animal that would not have wanted to die, similar to I don't want to die. But I would do it because I'm alive and I have these I have these wants and these needs. And so I that's kind of what led me to being okay with carnivores just being themselves. So you have a carnivore, you have the prey. A zebra just wants to go around doing what it's doing. A lion wants to do what it's doing. I don't necessarily want to stop either of them. I don't want to help the lion get what it wants, but I also don't want to stop it from going for what it wants. But I can only base that off my selfish desire to want the best for myself. Now, intervening though, it's tricky. It's definitely tricky because not intervening doesn't help me any. What I would do based off what I would want done for me doesn't change what will be done for me. If I were eating animals because it was best for me, and then like some people or aliens or animals or something wanted to take me out because I was harming something else, I can't really stop that. The best I could do is have a society that has some defense capabilities, and I could hope they could help me out, or that I could fight on my own. Yeah, I don't know. It's such a complicated mess. Because you could imagine. So if imagine yourself in the wild and a lion's about to eat a zebra, you could shoot the zebra to put it out of its misery, let the lion eat it, shoot the lion, let the zebra be, or do neither. But what if you were going to do one of those actions and then somebody else was behind you getting ready to shoot you? Like, or what if it was me? What if there was person A is there with a gun, gonna shoot the zebra to put it out of its misery to feed the lion, or shoot the lion to stop it from getting the zebra, and then I was behind that person. So even if I wouldn't do the predator culling, would if it's wrong to do the predator culling, then wouldn't it be right to kill a predator culler? So and if so, why? If you shouldn't kill a lion to save a zebra, then why should you kill a human to save them from predator culling? So anyways, it's complicated. Okay, let me glance at something really quick. Let's see. This is Homie. Okay, my entire team is watching you on TV in my conference room. No pressure. Well, Vape that's a perfect timing for me to get over to your question. I'll answer Vape question in one sec. Moral. Carson tends to acknowledge the difference when you point it out and then end up right back talking as if personal psychology and morality were the same thing. Some form of deontology might have this Mexican stand-up problem, but I don't think consequentialism can. Stand-up, I see. Yeah, I'm not sure if I just didn't read it thoroughly enough or whatnot, but Jeremy, if you want to rephrase a question or something in there, I'll totally answer it. Or Jeremy, you can come on the stream. Okay, so Vabehav's question to me was, which epistemology method you use before voting in our hypothetical country? So this is about our society project. Me and Vabehav and a few others are doing the society project where we are all acting as lawmakers, as senators, creating laws. And so his question to me is about that project, asking what method of epistemology I use. How do you make sure that it's actually for greater good and the outcome will truly benefit the society without hurting innocent individuals? Okay, so this is complicated. So I don't know about a specific method I use that already exists, but so in my head, the method I would use for such a thing. So my first thought is humans are out in the wild in groups like chimpanzees, just like little groups. The best thing they can do is probably form bigger groups. Bigger groups have bigger protection to create laws, have police, this kind of thing. I think this kind of thing is good because I think out in the wild, everything's willy-nilly. Everything comes down to if somebody's at the top because they're the alpha of the group or whatever, and then somebody wants to fight them and they become the alpha, and anything can change on a whim. And I think it's probably best to have set laws, and so you don't have to worry day to day, are you going to survive this day? So having more protections and set laws, I think, is good. Okay, so there we are. We have a society that we need to create laws for. So let's say the laws don't exist yet. What do we do to figure out the best laws? So my first thought is mutual benefit. Whatever will be a perfect mutual benefit for everyone is the first laws that you would want. So you could ignore morals. You could just go, everyone in this society, any human that could possibly live in a society versus living in nature, would have to agree to these things. Like, not that you'd have to agree to them for them to work, but what I'm calling the essential laws that are best, and my reasoning would be knowing that this is how humans would be. And so my examples for this would be no murder, no enslavement. The only people that could not benefit from no enslavement, if you're talking to people out in the wild, would be the people that already have slaves. If somebody already has a slave and they like having a slave out in the wild because they captured somebody and they're making them work for them, they would probably benefit from this in a sense that the tables wouldn't turn for them someday, where somebody would free their slaves and then take them and turn them into a slave or whatever. If you're in the society, you can like feel this freedom from not being a slave. Same thing with murder. You don't have to risk murder or like super violent activity like rape and being stabbed and these kinds of things. So completely setting morals aside, if you just look at mutual benefit, if you have a society full of 1,000 people and you know that if any of them kill anyone else, they're going to be punished for it, they're going to be removed from society, then this deterrence makes it so you're likely that nobody's going to kill anybody. So even if you wanted to kill somebody, you sacrifice this, you give up this freedom so that you won't be killed and other people won't be killed. Even if you wanted to rape somebody, you give up this freedom so you won't be raped, and everybody equally will share this non-rape. Same thing with slavery. And so I think this works for basically for all adults. And it's complicated how you factor children into it, but you can factor them into it as well. But for all adults, there's a mutual benefit to not physically harm each other and to not enslave each other, not kill each other. It basically all just comes down to harm specifically. So that's my first look. And I'm guessing in our society, any of those things I just listed, it would get unanimously voted in. We could unanimously say no murder and no rape and no enslavement and all these things. So that's the first thing I look at. The next thing I would look at would just be probably morals and outcomes. And so if you create cars and then you say, okay, anybody can drive that wants to drive, but you're taking this risk. If you drive, there might be a car wreck. If you get in a car wreck and somebody in your car dies, even if it's the other car's fault, this thing happened. But then you can look at like, oh, okay, whenever people drive 80 miles an hour or more and they get in a wreck, they're likely to die. So we're going to have our speed limit be 65 is the fastest anybody can go anywhere or something like that. And then you can recognize like, okay, in the residential areas where there's all these, houses, if people are going over 25 miles an hour, then there seems to be a lot of cases of kids running out in the street and getting hit, or cars not being able to like hit their brakes in time for another car backing out of their driveway. So we need to have this speed limit be this thing. I think in most cases of laws, you just have to look at the outcomes and say what's reasonable. Is it reasonable to stop driving altogether? Now, before driving existed, there wasn't driving, and humans got by all right, so we could go to that. But then you have to look at the benefits. What do we get out of driving? We have ambulance, so people can get rushed to a hospital, so that's good. Police, we have if there's a crime being committed, somebody calls in and says, I see this person being attacked, then the police can rush down there and hopefully catch them. You have, rushing medical things to hospitals. You have all kinds of different things, but then you have innovation. You have all these different things where if you can drive these different parts to these places, they can build things, put things together. So you could probably come up with arguments for why certain cases of cars wouldn't be needed. But when it comes down to it, even if there are car wrecks, you can say, okay, well, we still need the ability to drive, but we have to have these laws in place. And so, anyways, I would say first you go with mutual benefit, and then you go with morals. And morals are subjective for the most part, but you can basically just go with whatever. So I think one thing that should be done is, I guess, moral reasoning would be the what I would go with after the mutual benefit. Is I would hope that everybody can recognize that not everybody will be the same religion, so nobody should go off their religion when it comes to what they're calling morals for laws. But if you have moral reasoning, you can look at a situation like if it makes sense for government to be involved in marriage, then these people can go, oh, well, according to our religion, only a man and a woman should be married. But we can use the reasoning to go, even though we think it's immoral religiously for a man and a man or a woman and a woman to get married, we can recognize with reason that there's no moral issue happening outside of the consent of two adults. So there's nobody being harmed. So we let this thing happen. And I think the same thing can go for just about anything. A religion can say, oh, we don't want people to take their own lives, but we can recognize that an adult can decide if they want to be alive or not. And so if they want to do like certain drugs or something, then if these drugs are going to be horrible for their health, we don't have to remove them just because if the only person being harmed is them. And then we can look at various different things like, okay, so if we let them do these drugs, okay, what's the outcome? Oh, if all these drugs are here, it turns out that now, a year later, we looked at the stats, a bunch of 13-year-olds started doing meth. Then we go, oh, okay, now we need to put something in place to prevent this from happening. And so I think a lot of the cases we just look at the outcomes, and I think a lot we don't. So I'd go mutual benefit first, and then moral reasoning. And then part of that moral reasoning will be the stats, the outcomes, the consequences. But there's so many factors that go into it. Okay, let me see what I might have missed in here. So to a consequentialist, killing one to save 5 is right. Killing that person first would now be killing 6 to save 1. Which would be wrong. Killing them to kill 2. I don't know if I followed that. There was also a whole lot more suffering horses back then. Oh, that was referring to when I was saying that cars weren't needed, or maybe wouldn't be needed. Yeah, and so we got to factor in all the different things. I don't have too many comments to make on like global warming or anything, but we got to factor in what happens when we drive and using gas and various different things, compared to something like horses that maybe wouldn't have wanted to carry wagons. And so I'm not anti-car. I'm totally fine with cars. Let's see. And then why only 2 adults? That's talking about marriage. That's just an example of if marriage is 2 people, then this is the thing I'm saying. And there might be good reason to not even have marriage at all when it comes to government. And then there might, depending on the reasoning for having marriage involved, would let us know if there's reason to have more than 2. Jeremy, do you want to come on here? Because I actually have to run and do something really quick. I got a quick little emergency. I got to run across the street. But I definitely was going to have this Ask Me Anything go a little longer. So if you're up for hopping on here and then maybe chatting with yourself, and then I got to run and do a thing, and then I'll be right back. Let's see. I'll wait till you hop on here to decide exactly what I'm going to do. Okay, Daniel Barber says, do you think we should actively make an effort to understand and communicate with animals, including so-called wild animals? Yeah, let's see. Jeremy, hello.
All right, just getting the headset plugged in.
Oh, cool. Hey,
Hello.
so this is kind of weird, but I got to run and take care of something across the street real quick. Do
Yeah.
you want to just talk as if you're talking to some people? Or maybe you can share some thoughts you have on what I just said, and I'll be right back because I have something I want to talk to you about.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. Hi, folks. So, in case that comment about the about consequentialism and killing one to save five wasn't clear, um, to a consequentialist, or at least the way I understand it, you're morally responsible for all of the known or foreseeable consequences of your actions. So you wouldn't just be responsible for the one person that you shoot. You'd be responsible for all of the consequences that you are aware are going to follow from that. So if you go to the original trolley problem and there's one guy standing next to the lever, clearly getting ready to pull it, and if you're not familiar with the original trolley problem, pulling that lever is going to save 5 people by redirecting the trolley and killing one person. So that's what the consequential sees as making it better, the 4 net lives saved. So then if you put yourself in the position of somebody who knows he's going to pull the lever and say has a sniper rifle far away and can't reach him and can't drag him away from the lever, but can shoot him, then what that sniper is doing is killing the person who was going to pull the lever, and is also responsible for killing the 5 people on the main track because now the lever doesn't get pulled. So the effect of that sniper's decision is to cause 6 deaths, and only prevent the 1 death on the sidetrack that the lever puller was going to direct the trolley to. So that's the kind of thinking that it doesn't create this this paradox of, you know, we think the lion's, it's bad that the lion kills the zebra, but we shouldn't shoot the lion, but we also shouldn't shoot the person who was going to shoot the lion. That's the kind of thing that comes into play when you're not thinking about total consequences and you're trying to follow rules like never shoot anybody who's not shooting at you or something like that, right? That happens in forms of deontology, but in consequentialism, you just have this chain where, you know, doing something that's good for the world is good, and then stopping somebody from making a positive change in the world is bad, and then stopping the person who's about to stop the good change is good again. And of course, that's going to get hard to calculate, but that's you know, that's the kind of paradox that consequentialism theoretically frees you from, and other ethical theories get you entangled in. It's actually it's a strong virtue of consequentialism. We're not going to actually encounter these situations in the real world, but in theory, you know, the trying to bring up the original video so I can see the chat. Yeah, in theory, consequentialism doesn't have a problem with this kind of embedding of causation. It's the ontology that tries to put restrictions on actions that runs into these problems when actions are when you're in a position for your action to prevent other bad actions. All right. Just give me a second here, folks. I ought to just mute the original window, but all right. So let's see. Let's see some questions to interact with. I'll give you the right version, and Carson can go back and give the wrong version. Oh no, nobody yet. That's too bad. Hey, skeptical being, ask me something. Ask me what my favorite fruit is and why it's grapefruit. Oh, too late. Now you got to ask something else. Grapefruit is the best fruit, and my quirk is to, instead of sugar, put salt onto a grapefruit half. Either my quirk or it indicates that I have some kind of medical problem. I don't know. Are you back? I got a lot of conflict going on in the comment sections on a couple different YouTube videos. So since I just mentioned it, Carson, I could just mention that to you right now. There's a bit of consequentialist versus deontologist infighting hitting a peak in the online vegan world right now. And what is currently focusing on is Sky, vegan of course, responding rather sharply and rudely to lifting vegan logic over the question of the morality of picking up a found feather, just a feather dropped by a bird on the path that you think looks pretty, and putting it on your windowsill or something like this. So the debate between, the people lifting vegan logic, taking the position that there just doesn't seem to be anything wrong with that. It doesn't harm any animal, doesn't cause any kind of negative consequences in the world. And then Sky saying, veganism says don't ever use an animal. Animals are not here for us to use.
Yeah.
Feather is an animal product and you are making use of it for your own personal pleasure. And he used a kind of insulting voice to depict lifting vegan logic, and lifting vegan logic had a big stream where he was responding to that, and so in the comments there's a lot of battling going on that I'm a part of. So I have a whole bunch of YouTube comment replies in my notifications right now.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's weird. I've had a few debates on that feather thing with some people, and it's complicated because usually the comeback is something like, we have ways that we approach the dead in our society. Like somebody will say, if your mom died and then somebody just went and wanted to cut a chunk of her hair off and go, use it in the way somebody'd use a feather, we'd frown upon that. We'd say like, oh, don't mess with the dead body of our loved ones or whatever. But I not only do I not see a specific moral issue there, but if I were to, it would be based on the ability to reason. It wouldn't be based on the hair mattering. It would just be like, we can, like, if a bird's feather falls off, if we don't recognize that birds have any interest in coming back and taking their own feather, and no bird is ever going to interact with that feather again, then we shouldn't care. But if it's known, in the same way that chickens will eat their own eggs if nobody takes it to get their calcium, if a bird always comes back after their feathers fall and pick up their feathers, maybe we should let them. So
yeah, that's true. If they were always going to come back, if they typically were going to make use of it later, right? but
Same thing with a deer. You hit a deer, and you could call in, get a tag or whatever, pointing out that you accidentally hit a deer, and you're going to butcher it and eat it. If deer's loved ones came to the road and dragged their loved ones out because deer were doing some kind of burial or something, then I guess let them. But if a deer gets hit by a car and no deer's ever going to come back and try to mourn the
Mhm.
dead deer, then it doesn't matter, you know?
I was thinking that and it was about mourning too. You know how corvids, uh, crows, and blue jays are known to mourn a dead member of
Hmm.
their community,
Oh, okay.
relative, or they um, blue jays do a sort of minor version of it from that I've witnessed, but crows sometimes do a really extended version of this kind of like mourning circle. Um,
Hmm.
so I was thinking, that it's not just deontologists that are gonna have an objection to things that consequentialists are gonna think are fine, like just picking up the pretty bird feather, but the reverse could easily be true, because deontologists tend to say that if you're not like directly intentionally using someone for your purpose, and it's incidental to your purpose, then it can be justified. That's how they justify crop deaths typically, right? They're saying
Hmm.
we're not actually instrumentally using the voles that are going to get ground up by a harvester, but it's just incidental to our actual goal, which is to produce the wheat. um, so if there was a dead crow on the road, and just like the street cleaners or whatever just came and just pushed it to the side along with all the other trash on the road, I think deontologists would tend to say that that's fine. That's not actually using the crow's corpse. That's instrumental, or that's not. It's incidental. It's incidental toward the actual goal, which is to have a clear street, right? But the
Hmm.
the the consequentialist, if the other group of crows were starting to form a circle around it, and we think have this conscious experience of something that's important to them, mourning their fallen fallen friend or relative or whatever, then it would be harming those living crows by pushing that corpse off the road before they had a chance to do their mourning. And so the similar way that
Hmm.
that interfering with a human corpse usually causes suffering to living loved ones. Um,
Yeah. No, that's
and
very
so,
interesting.
we consequentialists would be taking the stronger point then, saying
Hmm.
care about the well being of the living crows, and the deontologists might be saying that's not using an animal at all, so it's okay if cleaning the road is our goal. So
Yeah.
it's kind of
Yeah, no,
interesting there.
that is interesting. And then you'd have to decide, do you want to move the bird to the side so they can mourn it without the risk of getting hit by a car while they're mourning it in the street? But real quick
I
before I
think okay,
forget,
okay.
Travis Talks wants you to know that Lifting Vegan Logic does not identify as a
I
consequentialist.
know. I know he
So,
calls himself a threshold deontologist sometimes, and then he varies. But actually, a lot of these online influencers don't take a very clear, specific position in ethical philosophy. You know,
mhm.
uh, George Martin doesn't really. He's indicated that he thinks he kind of supports threshold deontology, but he also says, he doesn't really know that much philosophy, so he's not sure. Joey Carbstrong for sure. You know,
Hmm. What do
um,
you think the difference is between a threshold deontologist and a consequentialist
well,
if once the threshold reaches a certain level?
once the threshold reaches a certain level, then they're doing the right thing. They're supporting the right thing. I just think threshold deontology is really really bizarre.
Mhm.
It's just supporting the more morally wrong trade off until it gets really really morally wrong, and then that becomes enough to cause you to start favoring the more morally right trade off. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's like it's like somebody who thought that like I could make analogies to something like math, okay? And I could say somebody said to you that an odd number can never be bigger than an even number. And you said, well, or sometimes odd numbers are not bigger than even numbers. 3 is not bigger than 4 because 4 is even. So 3 is not larger than 4. And you said, what? And then you said, okay, is 9 is 3 larger than 12? Oh, wait, I'm saying this wrong. Okay. No. So then you said, okay, is 9 larger than 4? And they say, no. Odd numbers are not bigger than even numbers because 4 is even. And then you said, okay, is 13 bigger than 4? And then they said, no, because 4 is even. That's why. And then finally you said, okay, geez, is a Google plus 1, which is odd, bigger than 4? And they said, well, sure, of course it is. There's a threshold at which odd numbers become bigger than even numbers. And then you have to figure out their threshold and be like, okay, is 1001 bigger than 4? Maybe. And then they say maybe. And then you say, but 5 is definitely not bigger than 4. And they say definitely not, because 4 being even means that 5 can't be bigger than 4. That's how it feels like talking with the threshold deontologist.
It's
honestly.
kind of funny hearing. It's definitely a good parody of it. I'm going to pause you real quick because Vabehab said he wanted to hop in here for 5 minutes and give me a trolley problem in a different way. So let's see how we feel about this, Vabehab.
Okay, sure. So can you guys hear me clearly?
Yep.
Okay. So now there is the same situation. Train is coming 2 tracks. You can pull the lever either side, or it's going to hit one person whom is tied up on the track. Or if you pull the lever, its train is going to hit the one person whom is tied up on the track. Or if you don't, that train is going towards 5 people, and those 5 people are walking on the track. Mm-hmm. What should you do?
Is the reason you're pointing out that they're walking on the track is that they could see it coming and jump off the track?
That might happen. That's a possibility.
Well,
I would let it hit the 5 even if they were tied up. So I definitely would let it hit the 5 if they were walking. Jeremy might have a different answer.
Jeremy?
Well, what Carson just said right there is the traditional morally wrong and crazy answer to the trolley problem. But if they can jump off, then it's going to crucially depend upon the probability that you assign to their successfully jumping off. If you think there's only a 1% chance that each of those 5 people will be able to jump off the track in time, then that's not going to change the answer. You should still pull the lever and have it kill one person instead of almost certainly killing 5 people. Just there being a 1% chance that they might be able to see the train and jump off. That's like having just that hope. Oh, 1%, there's a hope. I can just hope that miraculously all 5 of them, which is what's 100 to the 5th power. That's 10 zeros. Okay. So there's a 1 in 10 billion chance that all 5 of them will be saved. Okay, that's not enough to change my answer. But if there was like a 90% chance that each of those people could see the train and jump off, then that's when it starts to seem like that's when the calculation seems to be better, that you should give them the chance to jump off instead of having the one tied up person get run over. It depends upon the probability.
Yeah, so the problem is we use the word likely, probably, but there is no actual way to calculate these things in real life. But what is more probable? And there is one more thing, that one person whom is tied up, that person actually can't move. That person didn't choose to be there.
Neither
but
did
those
the
5 people chose to be there.
Oh, I see.
They are walking. So the difference, there is a difference. I clearly said that one person is tied up and the other 5 are walking. So they made that choice. They took that risk. What about now?
Usually in the original trolley problem, these people are supposed to be workers. So It's not just like they're people who made a dangerous choice to just go for a walk along railroad tracks. But
Maybe these 5 people are worker. I don't know. I'm
Okay.
not there.
so I don't think that makes a difference. But I want to address your first point too, which is about the inability to perfectly calculate in probabilities in an exact number. This is true of real life for sure, and it affects consequentialist decision making. But it's not a problem against the theory of consequentialism. The difficulty of precisely calculating applies to all sorts of other things in the world. So if you're talking about like which kind of business would be the best to invest in, or something like that. Which kind of store should I open?
Grocery store. I have 4.
Okay. You can't precisely calculate the exact dollar amount that you would get if you opened a cafe or if you opened a flower shop. You can never precisely calculate one or the other, but there are things that are going to give you an indication that one is going to be likely to earn you a much bigger profit than the other. If there are no flower shops in the whole town and lots of people are complaining that there's nowhere to get flowers, and meanwhile there's 20 cafes right near where you're going to open your location, then it gives you a pretty good idea that you should open the flower shop instead of the cafe. And it doesn't matter that you can't precisely calculate down to the dollar how much profit or loss there would be in the flower shop versus the cafe, right? The principle of choosing one or the other, you're able to make that decision. And that's what applies. The difference in ethics is that you're talking about the consequences for different sentient beings being weighed against one another, right? So it's different than just your own personal profit in opening the business. But the same the issue of calculation doesn't apply in the same way. When you do often get a very good approximate ability to calculate that a certain choice will produce more benefit than harm. That's how we do things like set the speed limit laws. We can't precisely calculate how many people are going to be killed or injured, and we can't precisely calculate how much people's pleasure and various personal satisfaction will be affected by what the speed limit is. But we know, based upon approximation, we know that if the speed limit was 5 kilometers per hour on highways, that would be a very terrible, stupid thing. And we also know that if it was like 300, if there was no speed limit, actually we don't know that because Germany's Autobahn seems to be doing okay without speed limits. But let's say we know that if the limit was 100 kilometers per hour next to a school, then that would be a bad thing. And we don't need to precisely calculate how many school children would be killed by people driving 100 kilometers per hour in front of the school. We don't need the exact number in order to estimate that would be a bad decision. And we make decisions like that all the time. So the same thing would apply to my guessing the probability in the trolley problem scenario of those five people jumping off the track in time. I can't, there's not like a flashing number over their head like in a video game.
Of course.
But I can see what's going on with them, and I can presumably make my lightning quick calculation of whether it looks like they're all really not paying attention and they're all probably going to die, or
and I would pull the lever too, because if those people are worker and they're going to repair something essential, that train is also going to crash, and that train probably has like thousands of people. So let one person die. It's worth it.
Vaibhav, just curious because I missed when you guys were talking before you came on here. With the regular trolley problem where the train's going towards 5 and you can pull the lever to hit the 1, do you pull the lever to hit the 1?
In that situation,
Yeah.
if all of them are walking, I'm not. I'm gonna let
No, not
take a
yours.
chance.
Just the original.
No, the original one has 1 or 5. The ratio is still same. So in original problem, all of them are walking, all 6 people. So I'll take chances that maybe
No.
one of those 5 people will hear the train. So I will let that train go towards 5 people.
No. 5 people die or 1 person dies. Just the original problem.
The original problem in that situation, of course, one person should be there, but there are other things we should think about. So usually, if there is a guarantee that those 5 people are going to die, so then in that situation, I'll risk one person.
Okay, interesting. Do you think the law should do the same thing, or are you just saying morally what should be done?
It's a moral thing. Laws should be something that we are not going to interfere, or if that same situation comes on police officer, I don't know what that police officer should do, because in that situation, that police officer is uh, making a choice to kill one person.
Yeah.
So that's a
Okay.
different thing. Laws are different than moral values.
Well, yeah, and that's
Oh, yeah.
that's kind of why this is important to
Yeah.
bring up because you can say what you think more a good moral outcome would be, what a good moral thing to do is, and what should happen. Like so, legally, you might think you shouldn't be able to do it. That if you do it, you get charged with murder. If I don't pull a lever and 5 die and it had nothing to do with me, obviously. Well, maybe not obviously, but maybe I shouldn't get in any trouble
Legally, yeah.
legally. And so even if morally you'd want to do it, or you'd call the moral outcome better if you were to do it in a society with laws, maybe you shouldn't be able to do it. And that's why it's such an important argument to see how much of a society's laws are based on utility. And I think the good majority of a society's laws should be, but not something like taking somebody's life to save other lives.
I think, again, really quickly, we've had several talks where this has come up, the difference between morality and politics. It's not that I think politics is governed by and criminal law is governed by a completely different set of rules. It is grounded in the same, or good law is ultimately grounded in the same consequentialist morality. The difference between the kind of things that we should say are morally wrong and not do ourselves and encourage others not to do, and the things that we think the state, or in the case of for Jeffrey, in the case of an anarcho-capitalist society, what we would want a private enforcement company to do. The difference between morality and criminality is it lies in the fact that that policing and criminalization has many extra costs. It has the direct cost of hiring more cops, more courts, whatever. It has indirect costs in the form of collateral damage and in the form of organized crime and gangs springing up to in order to help people bypass the law who want to bypass it. It has collateral damage, especially when the when the preferred law is so sharply divided at nearly 50%, like it is with abortions in the U.S. right now. Criminalization has collateral damage in the form of potentially causing civil war, actual fighting in the streets. So that's the difference right there, and that's essentially justification for freedom and something like libertarianism from a consequentialist ethical foundation is that there are very few things where entrusting the violent arm of the state in the form of police to suppress them is the lesser of two evils. It's conceivably, plausibly the lesser of two evils when it comes to just people openly murdering and robbing and raping each other. But it's not the lesser of two evils when it comes to the problem of, too many people snorting cocaine or something. The law enforcement is the greater of two evils in that case.
Okay, so I have a meeting in 5 minutes, but I'm gonna leave with a question. So, Carson, this is for you because you are a pro-life. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so you are a pro-life. A trolley is headed towards a 3-week-old fetus. You can pull the lever and set it on the different rail to save the fetus, but it will cut the blue wire and that will drop 5 condoms on 5 penises that are about to have intercourse. Do you pull the lever? And the additional thing is that if you pull the lever and those people are going to have abortions,
Wait, if there's condoms, why would there be abortions?
those abortion
Well, there are
condoms will cut.
prevented
Those
love.
will get damaged
Oh, oh,
Oh,
if you
oh,
pull
oh,
the
oh.
lever.
oh. Oh, condoms that people were going to use already. I'm slashing their condoms.
By pulling the lever. But if you don't, you'll kill the 3-week-old fetus. Okay, so I think you got the question. I really
Yep.
need to go.
Okay,
So you
have
guys
fun.
continue. Take care.
Okay.
I have a meeting.
So I guess he's not implying that the 5 people who had unplanned pregnancies as a result of our choosing to cut off the tips of their condoms. That's pretty close to circumcision, but very very accurate lever machine, right? It just cuts the tip of the condom
So okay,
and misses the foreskin.
So the idea is that 5 people that were going to use protection and that protection might have prevented a pregnancy. My pulling the lever makes it to where 5 people are going to get pregnant that wouldn't have gotten pregnant, and then they're going to have abortions.
I don't know if he was implying that they're going to have abortions. If they were, I guess if they were, then it would be quite parallel to the trolley problem, because it would be you, Carson, killed this early term fetus, or you, Carson, caused the pregnancies, and then 5 other people you were pretty sure were going to cause the deaths of 5 early term fetuses.
Oh man.
So is it worse because you're doing it in the one case, and or is causing an unplanned pregnancy knowing that the other person is gonna choose to terminate equally morally culpable? Yeah, I guess that's what he's getting at.
Yeah, he says yes, they will. So that must be referring to that the 5 people are going to have abortions. If they get pregnant, they will have abortions.
Yeah.
Again, if we're talking about pulling a lever to have, I know you don't like this, Jeremy, but to have something, a death that's in motion happen, or switching it to another option, I've never been convinced that this is the right thing to do. So I'm just gonna go with that. But we don't have to.
So one difference from the original trolley problem in this case is this is a common variation of the trolley problem, though, is that if you believe that what you should be minimizing is rights violations or something like that, or immoral actions, you should try to minimize the immoral actions. In the original trolley problem, by pulling the lever, even if that was an immoral action yourself, you're not affecting anybody else's moral actions. You're affecting the number of people that get hit by a trolley, but the trolley itself is immoral, right? Amoral. But in the case of a question like this, if you cause the 5 condoms to break and cause the 5 unplanned pregnancies, you're not only causing 5 fetuses to die instead of 1 fetus, you're also causing 5 immoral actions to take place. If you're strongly pro-life, you're causing 5 rights violations that are going to take place when these 5 people choose the abortion. So there's that angle to it too.
Well, part of me doesn't even really care about what other people choose. So if it's going to lead to people choosing abortions, that's not even really a factor to me. What's a factor to me is that I'm choosing to ruin their condoms. I'm choosing to put sperm in them that they didn't want in them. Because I'm only really looking at my own actions.
Yeah, that's the big split there, right? That sounds like a real deontologist thing to say. Whereas, I look at all the reasonably expectable consequences, immediate consequences, and then further consequences that you can predict. So, just to
I
get to
look
go
at
to
that
the
for
real world.
everything that's not direct actions, like for deciding speed limits and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Then you're deciding what people are allowed to do or not to do
Yeah,
based on outcomes, but not choosing an action
yeah.
oneself, you know?
I think that's a pretty knockdown argument against deontology from a common sense perspective.
No way.
I think the fact that when something really important needs to be handled on a societal level, like speed limits or drug testing law, medicine testing laws, or construction safety standards and things like this, you really want a consequentialist to be involved, because you never get anything done if you tried to follow deontological restrictions. But in these very personal cases where you talk about individual people and you say their name or whatever, or you imagine them, basically when you get emotionally entangled with the decision, it makes people more likely to take these deontological approaches. That just shows me that what I think is that it's actually backed up by some empirical studies where they do different interventions to make people more emotional or sort of less emotional and more mathematically rational, and they tend to make more deontological decisions the more emotionally clouded their rational judgment is. So that's what I think is being shown by what you just said is when things are more when your mind is put in a more abstract place where you need to calculate the best trade-off, knowing that one way or another there's going to be a trade-off and some lives are going to be lost. You're able to make a consequential decision, but when things feel more personal and emotionally clouded, then the deontology creeps in.
No, I don't think that's how I'm looking at it. I don't I wouldn't press a button to make a certain car wreck happen to stop 5 other car wrecks from happening. But I would say that if we could put laws in place to make less car wrecks likely to happen, I would do that. It's the individual action. It's not that it's personal. It's that, and maybe we're looking at this in 2 different ways, or in many different ways. But yeah, like if like the thing I always say about cell phones, texting, and driving, if when texting got invented, if everybody could text and drive and was fine and no wrecks happened, then that would be the law. But as soon as a bunch of wrecks happen, then you make the law that you can't text and drive. But it would be outrageous to make the law that you can't have a phone in your car. If you're pulled over and a phone's in your car, you go to jail. And so you'd have to find some
the
middle
consequences would
ground.
be very different. The consequences would be very different. Occasionally, very occasionally, lives would be lost because somebody wasn't able to text while driving. Maybe some vital information, like the doctor said, stop taking this medication if you have these symptoms or whatever, and somebody couldn't send it in time, or some people couldn't coordinate getting together, and that caused somebody to die, right? So sometimes that would happen, but it would be traded off against many more people saved because texting while driving is so dangerous. But then in the case of not being allowed to have a phone anywhere in your car, the trade-off of that would be a lot more harm to people and a lot more lives lost, because people were completely out of communication range, communication ability, because they couldn't even bring their phone. So it's just straightforwardly different consequential trade-offs. But I just want to read Sylvia wrote this very consequentialist statement. You are right. You are not responsible for others' actions. But if you know how others will react, you are choosing their actions. I completely agree with that. Insofar as I'm close to 100% convinced of what a given person will choose, then by giving them the opportunity to choose it, I am also choosing it. It doesn't, the fact that their choice like intervenes between my choice and the ultimate effect, that doesn't make any difference to me if I'm virtually certain about what they will choose. If I'm 50-50, then okay, then letting them choose it, maybe I'm partially responsible if they make a wrong choice. It seems that way. But if I'm like, if I could like take the gun away before somebody grabs it, who I'm almost certain is going to go and kill somebody with it, then my choosing not to remove the gun is essentially the same choice as that second person's choosing to kill the third person. I'm choosing to kill the third person too.
I don't know.
It seems like, and this kind of deontological appeal that somebody else's intervening choice, it seems cowardly, honestly, just to inject some personality into it, which is coming up in some of these YouTube comment debates. It's just like a coward's like evasion of responsibility over what you knowingly bring about, to say it wasn't me that chose to shoot the person. I just knew that Bob was going to do it, and it was all my choice was to let nature take its course by not moving the gun to a different location. No, you fucking knew that it was going to happen, and you fucking chose it. And I know Lewis is in the chat right now, so stew on that, buddy. That's the truth. It's cowardly. It's cowardly to take that evasion of responsibility over knowingly bringing about a certain state of the world just because somebody else's choice was also involved in the causal stream.
I definitely don't think they're equal, but yeah, if somebody's if you know somebody's going to pick up a gun and kill somebody, and you can just hide that gun, then yeah, you hide the gun. Even if you can't hide the gun, if you can shoot the person before they kill somebody, if we're talking about in a vacuum, legally, I think it might be a little different. I don't know if we should ever go Minority Report on this. Or go Minority Report in real life, but it's complicated. But hey, I gotta hop off here in a sec, but I wanted to go over something. Lewis says you're entitled to be wrong, Jeremy. And then Jerem says, I'm not sure what responsibility means when free will doesn't exist.
He's the determinist, and I'm I think that I am. I mean, I'm between a determinist like Jerome and a compatibilist. I'm probably between the two in the same way that Daniel Dennett is, because I basically agree with him and strongly disagree with Sam Harris. If you know anything about that interaction,
a little bit. Well,
I think
what I want to ask,
Dennett just took Harris to school after that book, but
I'll have to check that out.
I think I'm a compatibilist who thinks that that there is something that we ought to call free will, and it's perfectly compatible with determinism, with physicalism at least. But if not, I definitely don't believe in libertarian free will. The idea that free will just kind of comes out of nowhere and changes out the world and violates physical laws. So I'm not too far from Jerome's position, and so Jerome. So these terms, deontologists tend to use a lot of unnecessary terms when we could just be talking about causes and quality and well-being and outcomes. Responsibility, I mean, Lewis has kind of described like the responsibility of what somebody causes as in terms of what would happen if you weren't there. Like he would think of what you're responsible for is the thing that's different because you were there versus if you were not there. And I guess I think of responsibility in terms of what your mind was, what possibilities your mind was able to understand and you were physically able to affect. So anytime, it can still be deterministic, but it's just like anytime your brain's ability to alter the world and your body's physical ability to alter the world played a role in the outcome, then regardless of whether you physically pulled the lever or you had the ability to pull the lever and chose to scratch your nuts, in both of those cases you have responsibility because your your knowledge of the situation played a role in which potential world state came about. I hope that makes sense to people.
Yeah, yeah, it does. But so much would come down to how much knowledge you have. If you don't have any knowledge and you're just going off of all things being assumed equal, then you're just choosing that 5 is better than 1. Like how much knowledge do you have to have? Like if you have zero knowledge, then what happens if your choosing leads to the 1 being the best out of those 6 people?
I mean, I don't think this potential for uncertainty, or maybe uncertainty is universal in every decision. I don't think it's any different in ethics than it just is in personal self-interested decision making. You're like, you could say like, which would it be better for me to do? Would it be better for me to go for a walk in this nice rainy weather, or smash my hand with a hammer? And then I think, well, just for my personal self-interest, it would be better to go for a walk than smash my hand with a hammer. But then somebody might say, well, maybe if you went for a walk, you would be hit by a car and killed. But if you smashed your hand with a hammer, then in the hospital, one of the nurses would end up being the love of your life. Okay, well, that could happen. So it could be that smashing my hand with a hammer would end up having the best consequences.
Mm-hmm.
But that uncertainty it clearly doesn't eliminate the ability to make personal decisions about my own self well-being, about what I should want to do, and think that, well, it might as well just be a coin flip whether I go for a walk or smash my hand with a hammer after this chat. That's ridiculous. And morality, that involves the weighing the consequences of many different humans and non-humans, sentient beings, and many different kinds of positive and negative consequences. Why would uncertainty be a problem for a fundamental problem for ethics any more than it is for just personal self-interest?
Yeah, well, I mean, part of it is comes down to how you view freedoms and other people's choices. You might think it's a clear choice to go for the walk versus smashing your hand, even if, sure, there could be some good outcome after smashing your hand. But that doesn't mean that you should force somebody else to choose going for the walk over smashing their hands. If they want to smash their own hand, then they can smash their own hand. And so in the cases where people don't get to choose, but you're choosing for them, if 5 people can die here and 1 person can die here, and you're calling one a better choice, which I would probably say, all things considered, without knowing anything else, that sure, it seems like a worse outcome for the 5 to die, but you're also you're choosing something for somebody else. Mm-hmm. And I get that you're saying that if you don't do the 5, then you're choosing something for them.
I want to ask you a version of the trolley problem that it's interesting. Very few people take this kind of variation, but what it does is it greatly scales down it keeps the proportion and it greatly scales it down, but it's still about affecting people other than yourself. So So you live in a village where people generally don't have all that much food. Okay, they're not
Mhm.
they're not going to starve to death, but they're living in general persistent hunger. Okay, and so it's causing like this low level suffering throughout their daily life, pretty much, right? Probably like a lot of people throughout history. And then now it's like a special harvest day. Okay, it's their Thanksgiving or whatever, and you've got on the one track, okay, uh, that the trolley is going to destroy five families, like big basket of fruits and vegetables and grain extra and cakes or whatever. Okay,
Mhm.
they're going to actually feel good for like a few days because of this harvest. Five families like baskets, and then on the side track you've got one family's basket. And let's assume that these don't get distributed. Okay, so each basket is going to go to one specific family. It's already earmarked for that family, right? So
Mhm.
should you pull the lever to redirect the trolley away from destroying five families' ability to feel comfortably fed for a few days and have relief from their hunger, and instead destroy one family's basket of food?
Interesting. I'm trying to remember if I missed something from the beginning about how the lack of food will affect anybody.
No,
But
they're
if
not
it,
going to die. They're not going to die. They just have generally like uncomfortable hunger, and they almost never get to experience a pleasure from eating like really filling fruits and vegetables and bread and rich, maybe a little bit of a dessert in there. And
gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd destroy less food than more. Yeah,
okay,
I think I'd
so
pull
then
the lever.
it indicates that it has that your judgment has something to do with the scale that the trade-off is at. That when it gets as high as an entire life, then you think that taking this superior trade-off, that killing one to save five, or sacrificing one to save five, is unacceptable. But when the exact same proportion is at a lower scale, like alleviating people's hunger for a few days, um,
Mhm.
then you are willing to your brain flips back to making the consequentialist trade-off and destroying one to save five, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's going to come down to what I value. So I would view food as maybe a personal property, private property. Um, and I value human life, human protection,
Okay,
protection
let's go
over,
intermediate then.
yeah.
Let's go. Would you pull a lever to cause one industrial worker's finger to get cut off, one industrial worker to lose a finger, versus five industrial workers to each lose a finger?
No. If there was a track that was going to take out five fingers, uh, and I could switch it over to get a different innocent person's one finger, I don't think
Okay.
so.
You wouldn't. You would allow nature to take its course and have five people lose their fingers
Yeah,
instead of okay. Now let's make it breaking a finger, and those
Phil
fingers are
Phil
gonna
has
those
some
fingers
vegan ice cream over there.
those oh cool.
Um,
Those fingers are gonna heal. Those fingers are gonna heal now, Carson. They're just gonna heal like normally and be fine. Whatever a couple weeks it takes a broken finger to heal.
uh-huh.
So now do you pull a lever to have one person break their finger instead of five people break their fingers?
One person break it instead of five people break it. No,
Jeez. Okay.
I don't
So
think so.
only
But
when it's
also, I
food.
don't even know. I don't even know if I view them as like, so each of the five are each going to feel this thing. So I don't even know if I do the math to add it up. to just like it's not like somebody's going to be feeling 5 times the pain compared to one person feeling X suffering. It's just each individual is going to be feeling X amount of suffering. But also, yeah, I don't know. You could probably convince me. You could probably say something like, if 5 people were going to have their legs broken and I could pull it and it would break one person's one finger, or if 5 people were going to have both their legs and both their arms broken and I could have one person just have one broken finger, I'd probably accept it.
Threshold deontology, right? Just like I described when I was first on.
Yeah.
Threshold deontology is like like when the odd number gets really, really big enough, then it can be bigger than the even number.
Yeah, there's something that would do it. I don't think it's necessarily right or wrong. Yeah, I don't know.
By the way,
But hey,
Lewis,
question.
let me respond to Lewis
go for
right
it.
here. I think I said to you before, I don't believe that moral obligation is something that exists, and I think I should probably forward you a paper by Alistair Norcross, who argues for scalar consequentialism without a point of obligation. So I don't even understand what obligation is when you try to describe it. So I'll send you that paper and maybe we can talk about it later after you take a look at that. But I can't have a conversation about where the moral obligation lies because I don't even believe such a thing exists. Yeah, I'll send it to you. Everything's just on a scale. Everything's just on a scale, righter or wronger. It's like there's no single point where somebody goes from being short to being tall.
Gotcha. Okay. Phil's wondering if we could do a react to a police video, and
we don't have to.
I'm up for it. Jeremy, are you up for it?
Yeah, a police video.
Okay. Yeah. Did you see the one that Phil sent in the chat last night?
This is the one where the guy was acting crazy and his mother was accidentally shot or something like that.
That's the one. Did you watch that one?
Yeah, I did watch it.
Okay, I watched it. It was
really
too.
late. I don't quite remember it very perfectly.
Okay.
Late at night.
Well, in that case, I brought up there's like a 2-minute YouTube video because I don't know how to make
clips.
Whatchamacallit, Facebook videos appear here. So hopefully this will cover the whole thing and be enough of a refresher for us to talk about it because I watched it last night too.
And we can stop. We can pause at certain points like we always did before, right?
Yeah. I just I don't know how to bring in the Jeremy's gonna grab some coffee. I don't know how to bring in the YouTube video, the Facebook one. So hopefully this YouTube one will have enough.
And we don't. It doesn't have to be dead air while you're figuring it out too, because I was curious. Like I am a consequentialist, yet I do use the phrase like moral obligation, usually because for the same reason that certain people we have like moral obligations because you took a job, therefore you've gotten so far in the job and you have to finish the job, or you have a moral obligation to your children if you're a parent, right? So things like this, where it might be appropriate for you to go a certain length for a person because they're your child, because they're your client, because they're your boss, whereas someone else doesn't have that same moral obligation. So,
yeah, no, I like that.
But that could just be, described in a different way by Jeremy, where he's not, there's some like really not just extrinsic, but like an intrinsic reason, or like this cosmic right and wrong reason why everyone is morally obligated to do X, Y, and Z. And if that's what he means, then I totally agree with that.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, it's a lot to think about. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah. I think my brain's kind of broken on the topic itself right now. Yeah.
Gotta
But
go back
what's that?
we just have to get my wife back to work. But I'm going to hold the phone the whole time. We're good.
Oh, okay. Are you guys near her work and just walking back?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. While we're waiting on Jeremy, there was something I was going to read. Jerem put something on his Facebook. He said a potentially very vegan thing to do would be have backyard rescue chickens and then give those eggs to your carnist neighbors so they don't buy them from the store.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on this?
That one dude who turned out to be kind of a creep. I wish I could remember his name. Onision. He did the banana video and all that.
Oh, yeah.
He did that, I think. He had like chickens that I don't know if they were rescues, but he thought of himself as a vegan, even though, or maybe he was just a vegetarian. But he had chickens that were, treated well like pets, and he ate their eggs. And I assume he would give eggs to others if he didn't want them to eat meat.
Mm-hmm.
So that does seem like a good idea, but it just depends on if someone is vegan because they're like, no, like it doesn't, especially somebody who thinks that having a chicken or having pets or having anything, I think Armando feels that way, where he's like, no, animals cannot be used in any way. It's immoral. So if someone has that position, then that's not going to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's complicated. Like, so for me, I kind of take the consequentialist approach on this one, where let's say I had a friend that wasn't vegan. Let's say me and you live near each other, and you like to make sandwiches with like the turkey deli meat or something. If I knew you were going to go get conventional factory farm turkey deli meat, and I said, hey, don't go get that. I'll go buy you some that I know is from this farm that has their chickens running outside having a good life, and they're more humanely raised than other chickens. I would feel that the best thing to do here is to spend my own money, go buy this chicken meat or turkey meat, and give that to you, and you make your sandwiches with it, and I could fund your sandwiches for the rest of your life. Let's just say I had the money to do that. I think that would be better than the alternative of you buying your turkey meat for the rest of your life, because it would be the exact same amount of turkey meat, the exact same amount of animal harmed, but it would be less suffering because it would be less demand given to the factory farm versus, say, some farm I knew was a free-range farm.
Yes. Yep. And if we're setting it up perfect like that, where that's the only two alternatives, because in real life, someone would say, "Oh, that's a false dichotomy," But if we're setting that up as the premise, then yes, I totally.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure if this video is going to have everything that we're wanting, but do you want me to wait till you're not driving, or should I hit play and we can go off what we see? What's that?
Oh, I just told my wife I love her.
Oh, okay. Nice. Do you want me to hit play on this, Phil?
Yeah. I mean, I will be able to watch it in just one moment as I park here.
Okay, no, I'll just wait for you.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, there's a question for me in here that I want to let Jeremy answer, because I can't quite decide how I feel about it, but I think it's a good question. And so hearing somebody else answer it will at least make me feel that the question was answered. So that's good. If I can get to it. Oh, man. Maybe I can't get to it. It's Contrarian. Here we go. Contrarian 420 asked me, do you identify your core sense of beingness as Carson, in quotes, Or do you think you are something beyond or transcendent to the ego or self narrative called Carson? It's not really something I've thought about much before, but Jeremy, do you have any thoughts on that?
That's a very interesting way of phrasing it because in terms of the normal way we talk about self-concept using our name versus something beyond, no, quite to the contrary. I think that the actual selves and actual persons that are associated with this physical body and the name Jeremy Gord are much smaller than it's normally talked about in language. I don't feel like I'm the same person, at least not more than a very small fraction of the same person as the Jeremy Gord who was 5 years old. I have a concept that's very highly influenced by Derek Parfit. I have my way of thinking about selves and persons is that they're like sufficiently cohering, like well-connected strands of experiences, and my lifetime is kind of made up of not discrete persons. It's not like when I was 14 that one person ended and the other person instantly began. It's like these interwoven, picture like a rope that's made up of strings that are not nearly as long as the rope, but eventually in the braid, one of the strings ends and different strings take its place in the braid that forms the whole rope. Each of those strings is an actual person, and and the way that the claim that Jeremy Gord is a single person is wrong is in the opposite way that you suggested, contrary. And it's not that there's some self-transcending soul that's greater. It's that Jeremy is a kind of fiction, a kind of fictional unity made up of lots and lots of person strands that are each much smaller than Jeremy.
The rope of Theseus.
Yeah. Something like that. You can't point to a single moment and say this is when Jeremy N ends and Jeremy N+1 begins. That's not how it works. But a person is not a metaphysically distinct kind of indexed entity like a soul. It's a person is a connection of experiences, either like a combination of like causally and like in terms of subjective experience and all of these various factors that whole bind experiences together into a united connected sort of strand. That's what a person is, and in that sense, and any sense in which I'm the same person as the person called Jeremy Gord at 5 years old is very, very tenuous. And I'm part of the same eventual like rope of interconnected persons as that 5-year-old, but none of those, or very, very few of those strands stretch all the way from him to me. So that's my position on persons, and I was just listening to and reading some stuff by Michael Huemer, who's a substance dualist. He believes that that consciousness is non-physical. He thinks that's obvious, and it leads him to arguments for belief in the soul and in reincarnation.
Does he define energy as being non-physical? Like, does he define the? Okay, go ahead.
I don't think so, but I don't know. I haven't heard him specifically address or seen him address energy specifically. But this is a guy I agree with on so much, right? I generally agree with on moral realist, intuitionist meta-ethics. I agree with him on his arguments for anarcho-capitalism against the state having political authority. I agree with him on a lot of ethical issues, even though he's not a consequentialist and he should be. But Matthew Bentham's bulldog think Adelstein has a really great, a nice little piece on why Michael Huemer should be a consequentialist. As maybe that was a year ago or so, but and then Michael Huemer, his views on persons and his dualist views are just so weird. Ends up with him believing in reincarnation. It's I've been trying to struggle with that and confront those arguments, because, and you know what else I should say, I also struggle with the question of whether I'm biased because I'm such a strong aphantasic. I don't have any kind of a sensory imagination, except maybe a little bit in terms of words, in terms of speech. But I keep closing my eyes and thinking about a scene, and then having something that's like a visual stimulus come up. It doesn't happen, and it doesn't even make sense to me how thinking could be like that. And
wait, so you can't close your eyes and imagine an apple? I mean, that's the classic.
No.
Really?
Can people do that?
Yeah.
No.
Carson, are you aphantasic?
I never heard of this existing, so I don't know.
Whoa, really? So when people say, close your eyes and think about the beach, think about being at the beach, is there anything that's like a picture of a beach with visual detail? Oh,
anybody that says there is lying.
Welcome
No,
to the
there is.
buddy. We are the minority.
Really?
We're the 2%.
Do you think maybe that there's just something wrong with the people that think they're seeing something and they're really not? They just want to claim they are? No, I believe Phil. If he sees something, I believe him.
Well,
Phil, can you close your eyes right now and picture?
By the way, I can pull over. I can probably pull over right here at this, but probably not now. Now I'm on the highway. No, that's amazing, because that's amazing that you're saying you can't picture that, because I assumed that was just like, I mean, I guess it is really rare. I will say it's not vivid, right? It's not like watching a movie. And I have to actually focus to bring something that's visual into my mind.
Yeah. But questions make sense to non-aphantasics. Like, if I just ask you, okay, think about an apple, and then I ask the question, like, does it have a bite out of it? That question makes sense to you, right?
Yes, it makes sense to me.
Or was it red or green? That kind of question.
It was definitely red.
It was on a plate. Was it on a table? Okay.
No, it was floating.
They don't make sense to me, because I'm not thinking about any particular like visual representation of an apple, even a fuzzy one.
Well,
I'm thinking about the abstract concept of apples.
Okay.
That's so bizarre to me that people can do that. I just tried to imagine taking a bite of an apple, and the first thing that felt like anything I could imagine is just that I'm telling myself this is happening, but I'm not picturing anything. But then I can remember the sounds and tastes of taking a bite, and I'm remembering those from like real life. Obviously,
it's not like you're retasting it either, right?
Yeah.
You're not getting like a little bit of apple taste when you think about taking a bite of an apple.
I mean, I can kind of remember what it's like, and that's what I'm doing is I'm remembering, but I can't like visualize an apple from my own POV or visualize myself and an apple or anything. I mean, when you close your eyes, it's just black. There should.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh, it's so wonderful. We've known each other for so long now, and I never discovered this. I found out one of my good friends in Korea was aphantasic too, in a similar kind of way. I was nearly 30 years old before I knew that not everybody was like this, and that we were actually this fairly small minority. It was so strange.
This kind of reminds me whenever I discuss things with people on gender and like trans topics, like I don't feel male. I don't know what it feels like to feel masculine or feminine or anything like that. I am just the human I am, and then my interests can be considered masculine or feminine or whatever. Like, I don't like sports, I don't like cars, but I also don't like dancing. I don't like a handful of things, and then some of the things I like might be masculine or feminine. But like, if I woke up in Jessica Alba's body tomorrow, I would just live my life as Jessica Alba. I wouldn't think, oh, I need to get manly muscles to go with my female body.
Yeah.
And so, I was curious, Jeremy just disappeared, but I was curious if Jeremy, in the same sense that he can't visualize things when he closes his eyes, if he also can't picture male and female. Me and you have talked about this before, right, Phil?
Yes, I believe we have, because you just described exactly my feeling.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's sort of the way I feel. Like, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I feel like when it comes to someone who is transgender, right, the problem is anyone, whether they're cis or trans, feeling like your gender, right, to me seems like weird. Like, that's the problem. Like, I simply am, right? Like, I am a male, and whatever that feels like, I don't think it feels like anything. It just is what I am.
Mm-hmm.
And so if somebody so strongly associates with being cis to the point where if they were in an 80s movie and woke up the next day and they were in the opposite gender's body, and they would be like, oh my gosh, I have to get surgery to get the genitals I want back. I have to take hormones to get the body I want back. But if that was their attitude, I would think that like their experience in life is nothing like mine, because I simply am whatever I am, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think
I
entirely agree with what both of you guys just said. Yeah.
Okay, so if you woke up in a female body tomorrow, you wouldn't feel like, oh, I feel masculine in a female body. You just feel like the human you are, and then you'd see a female body.
I mean, yeah, there's this real question of what it can mean to be the same person, a continuation of the same person. I could see like all my thoughts and memories continuing over, but then very abruptly also like the different hormone balance and brain structure and things like that would be a pretty abrupt shift. And so I'm not sure how compatible that would be with the continuation of personhood. But, you know, assuming that it was, you know, when my kind of reflecting upon being in a female body,
I might be lagging.
It's very different from actually suddenly being in a female body, because of the different brain structure and hormones and whatever that would come along with it that don't exist in me when I'm just imagining it. But yeah, it sure doesn't feel like something that would be like horrible because it doesn't match my deep conception of myself as male or something like that. Mm-hmm. And you know, I play D&D since the 80s, right? And I had no problem role playing and putting myself into the mindset of female characters, and some people do. You know, that's really weird. Some people play these tabletop RPGs in a way where their characters are like extensions of their deep self, or how they wish they could be, or something like that, and so they reflect their identified gender. And to me, like, yeah, that wouldn't that wouldn't feel like it changed deeply, like changed the underlying self. And it's hard to imagine that I would feel incredibly uncomfortable in a female body. But then by the same token, that doesn't make me feel like I should identify as non-binary or something like that. It makes me feel like I should say, okay, as a matter of fact, I am in a male body, and that causes a lot of like male phenomena, and it would be okay if I was in a female body and had, you know, female associated phenomena too. So maybe the underlying conception of personhood is non-binary, but you know, the reality, the moment is factually male, something like that, you know.
It's a really boring way to play D&D also.
What's that?
I said it's a really boring way to play D&D also, to always like insert yourself in like a hairy suit kind of thing.
Mhm.
Did you
Yeah,
follow what I
yeah,
said?
no, it's-
Vayab says, I wouldn't be able to live my life if I woke up in a woman's body.
Oh,
because he wouldn't leave the bedroom or what?
who said
So
that?
this was a time when you couldn't get reassignment surgery to be effectively male, and hormones and stuff. What, you would kill yourself? It would
Knowing
be better
Vabe
to
have-
unalive yourself than to be in a woman's body.
Knowing Vabe have, I'm guessing he's making a joke about how he wouldn't leave the bedroom. But yeah, I'd be curious to hear what he means by that.
Oh, really?
But
Okay, he wouldn't be able to live his life outside because he'd be pleasuring himself with his female body. But that's the thing. If you had people imagine this change of body involving like gaining the different genitals and body parts and body shape, but not gaining the different physiology, the different hormone balance and other stuff. If you gain those two, I think there's a really good chance that you would become far less turned on by images of female bodies than you are having the high testosterone level pumping through your brain.
Unless you were a lesbian.
But
but yeah, no, it's interesting. People will tell me like, "Oh,
Okay.
you're non-binary, you're agender and whatever." And I guess I just imagined that everybody feels this way that we're describing, but that they don't realize it. They can't fully understand how they're really feeling. But now that I hear this thing about the visualizing an apple, and part of me doesn't believe that people can really do it, I'm wondering if maybe we're just not all the same, and some people truly do sense gender in themselves.
Did Jeremy's questions make sense to you? Like if Jeremy, or let me ask you then. All right, so picture a pear. Okay. Now, if you pictured the pear, what color was the pear?
A huge rectangle black screen of nothingness. I
Really?
Bingo.
I have no. There was no picture. I think my memories sensed a taste. Maybe there was like a slight like outline of like a shape.
Yeah, you had to see the pear shape.
But it's more of.
But there was no color?
I'm sorry, my sister and niece just got home, so I missed a little bit of the exact wording, but I know what it is to be profoundly aphantasic. And yes, Phil, there is no color to thinking about a pear.
I'm sorry.
There is no specific shape to thinking about a pear. There's just the concept of pear and its connection to other concepts.
I just like my eyes when they're open, I see what I see, and when they're closed, it's just dark. I mean, what I don't know. So there's people out there, including Phil, you guys are just able to like have dreams during the daytime. And
yeah, that's how I describe it. Is you can't think without hallucinating. Like hallucination is part of your normal thought. That's so strange.
I can think without visualizing things. I just can visualize things if I want. You know? So like I can think in pure understanding or pure words, or just think about, interconnected concepts and then not think about any physical shapes. Then if someone asks me to picture a physical shape, I can see it. Like when I asked you to picture a pear, I in my own mind saw a pear with a pear shape and a stem, and it was green, but it was a slightly yellowish green with like little like dark flecks, the way that pears often have. That's what I pictured when I was asking.
But you can control it all the time. So if I say something like trigger warning for non-aphantasics, guy getting his hand cut off by a bandsaw.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get a visual, like at least some kind of vague visual image that's like really gross and horrifying?
Yes, I can. If I want to picture it, I can see the hand. I can see the blood.
If you want it, but you can control it.
Yes,
like
I can just
say that would be be horrible the same way as if I watched a video of it. It would be horrible in that moment. So you can say, I don't want to get a picture, and you don't get a picture. I want to see what
I
Lewis
can't.
says, because he said he was a high visualizer. I want to see if he
can't.
automatically gets a picture. Okay. Oh, he says controlling visuals is easy. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, my brain might, like, as someone's describing something, my brain might be open to simply picturing it as they're describing it, and so I would suddenly be like, I hate that visual. I got to get that visual out of my mind, you know. But if I'm not somehow focused on that specific imagery, and instead I'm listening to the content of what they're saying and waiting for the next sentence, if I'm so much focused on what their message is, then there might not be any visual at all because I'm not focusing on the visual. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I was trying to visualize pears while you guys were talking. So I missed what Phil said. Other than I realized that what happens when I try to visualize something is I'm remembering what something was like, and the words are coming into my head. Like I'm remembering that the average pear I would see was green, and it would have like specks on it. I'm remembering the shape of it. But the closest thing to visualizing it is my memory is telling me the last place I saw it. And, but I'm not getting any image. Yeah.
So,
but sorry that I missed
Phil,
what you said, Phil.
And Carson, one interesting, there's so many interesting aspects to being aphantasic that clicked into place, but one image for me, one implication for me, I really love poetry, and I've generally not liked hearing poems read much of the time out loud. And that seems strange to a lot of other poetry lovers and poets. And so it finally clicked after learning about aphantasia that when a lot of people are reading a poem in text, they are getting a singular, like, imaginary articulation of that poem in sound, in spoken words in their head. So it has a very specific like rhythm and tempo, and the pauses occur at specific places because they're hearing it. When they're reading it on the page, they're hearing it in a certain way. Mm-hmm. That's similar to hearing it read out loud. Whereas for me, the experience of reading, especially a really good poem, is like an abstract kind of like superposition of many different kind of organizational patterns of the poem, like all at once. So the question of, is there a pause between these two words? Is that pause long or short? It doesn't really make sense to me because I'm able to read a poem on the page and get multiple structures going on kind of at the same time. And that's why it doesn't feel so great to hear it read out loud, because it's like it's collapsing this multiplicity of structures down to only one. That's a kind of aphantasic approach to a particular art form. I don't know if that makes sense to people that automatically kind of perceive things like in a sensory way.
Yeah, I mean, I do something kind of like that, but I figured it's just because I'm a bad reader. But I like to soak stuff in certain ways where when I read, I almost always read every sentence twice. And so if I'm listening to an audiobook, I have to acknowledge that my mind's going to wander and I'm going to miss half of it. And then I'll go back and listen a second time. But yeah, just so you know, Jeremy, Jerem is not one of us. He says, I can visualize.
Oh yeah,
so
I've talked with Jerem about
sometimes.
this on like the first drunk stream or something.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, now that Phil is not driving and Vaibhav is here, do we want to look at this video?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to confirm something with you guys.
Okay.
With you and Jeremy. You guys can't imagine pictures, apples, whatever. So do you think that that's affecting your decisions when you're talking about trolley problem or something? not Jeremy's. I'm okay with Jeremy's point. But Carson, you can't see
Yeah.
that someone is
in
actually
a positive
dying.
direction.
Those pieces. Yeah, I don't have problem with Jeremy's point of view. Absolutely
It's affecting it in a good way. It's preventing. Yeah, I'm not going to talk a long time. I'm not going to hijack you, but, yes, very simple. Yes, it's affecting me by restricting the emotionality that would cloud my my proper judgment, moral judgment.
Yeah, I knew
Carson,
exactly what
it is-
Jeremy was going to say,
largely
and
comes from it's from excessive emotionality.
I knew exactly what Jeremy was going to say, and yeah, I completely agree.
And you guys don't feel that, because I'm not joking when I say that if I wake up in a body of a woman, it's going to be traumatizing. It's going to hurt me. Because I have a certain mindset about myself. I am a man, and this is something I can't change about myself. If that changes out of nowhere, I will not be able to survive. It's going to
Interesting.
hurt me.
Would you try to become a man again?
Definitely, definitely,
Interesting.
for sure, with everything I have.
My wife tells me that she feels specifically female. I can't remember if she said that she would try to change back to female, but she said that she would feel very, very uncomfortable. But yeah, I can't place it at all. I can recognize that if I read studies and I understand that on average men act certain ways, I can go, oh, okay, yeah, I do that. Like, I'm very fascinated by things. If anybody needs anything fixed, I love looking at something and going, oh, if I pull this through here, I can fix it. But if I woke up as a woman, I would just do these more likely manly things while having a woman's body.
Even if I can't move my body at all, even if I'm on a bed, still having a body of a man matters. It's not about actions at all. This body is important.
Vibhav, I got a question for you about the trolley. I've been answering trolley questions for years now because that's sort of like the most classic, ethical question you can be asked.
We all, yeah.
And even though
Please
you and I can picture things in our mind, I've never chosen to picture the trolley, to picture myself in that situation in a first person way. Like when I hear the trolley argument, I've never pictured, the scenario in first person where I have the lever in front of me.
So,
Go ahead.
It's not a choice actually. If you say banana, I am imagining a banana without even doing anything. It's not something I'm choosing to. It's
In
not a
that
choice.
case, yeah. In that case, yes. Like you
In
said
everything.
banana and I flashed and it was yellow. I saw it in my mind. But when asked the trolley problem, I mean I have a choice because it's sort of like, it's almost like what Jeremy was asking me earlier, where like, can you choose not to? And I can.
Not
And
with me.
within the
Not with
trolley,
me.
that's interesting because within the trolley problem, I'm so focused on just analyzing the problem that I never stopped to imagine it. Like imagine, the dusty ground, the levers in front of me. I'm making eye contact with the first person who I would kill if I switched the track to them. I never imagined any of that. I just analyzed it.
Everything you said, I saw right now.
Okay.
Because the thing is, when I hear audiobooks, I am watching the story as well. Even if I choose to or not, that's a different thing. So that affects, because if I'm driving, I actually can't listen to an audiobook because
Okay.
I might get distracted way too much. And that's normal. That happens with most people. I'm
That's a
not there.
difference between you and me then, because I can picture, if you just say something like say an object, I can picture it, and then you can go back and ask me
Yo-yo.
questions about it. What was that?
Yo-yo.
Oh, picture yo-yo. Yep.
Yeah.
Now ask me something about it.
Okay, what color was it?
It was red, and it had a yellow sticker in the middle.
What the fuck? What the fuck, Phil? I have a yo-yo red color in my hand and it has a yellow sticker, yellow bond pin in it.
Yeah.
Let me turn on my camera and show you. I can't take any videos or photos of office legally, so just give me a sec.
Oh my gosh.
See?
Oh, yeah.
Red yo-yo.
That's
and
the
yellow
yo-yo I
that.
saw. Yep.
What is happening? Okay, Phil, how many fingers am I holding up under this screen?
Oh, under the screen 4.
Ooh, it was 3.
Oh, dude.
So close.
He changed it. He changed it.
Okay, so here we go. Let's. Jeremy's got food just in time to watch police shootings.
Definitely. Let's go.
Okay. Oh, I can't hit play on that. Okay, hopefully this has it all.
Body camera video shows the moments a Greenville County deputy accidentally shot the mother of a shoplifting suspect.
Our Taggart Hauk is in studio tonight to break this down. Tag, what happened?
Yeah, well, Nigel and Carol, this all happened in Cliffview Court in Greer back in October. The suspected shoplifter is behind bars tonight. We're told his mother is recovering in the hospital. And a warning here, this video may be graphic to some of our viewers.
Back up! Back up! Back up! You're making it. Back up! Sean! You don't my
This newly released video from the Greenville County Sheriff's Office showing the moment a Greenville County deputy shoots the mother of 40-year-old Sean Kaiser.
You hurt my mother! You hurt my mother!
It's from October 20th. The deputy came to Kaiser's home in Greer, attempting to take him into custody after he was suspected of shoplifting.
Hey, where are you going? Hey. No, you're not.
While inside,
Don't grab me.
Do not run away
Do
from
not
me.
grab me.
You may arrest you right here and right now?
I don't give what you do.
Kaiser moves up his stairs.
Come down.
No.
Several minutes later, he comes down, the deputy trying to place him under arrest. That's when he grabs her wrists. She breaks free, drawing her gun,
Put your hands down!
prompting him to run towards her. Kaiser's charged with resisting arrest, assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature, and shoplifting.
It was clear to me that
Can we pause it?
the officer
I see this is not like a video that starts at the beginning that we can pause through. Is this the
Yeah.
wrong video or?
Oh, well, so the video you sent is a video on Facebook, and I don't know how to make Facebook videos show up on here.
Oh, okay.
But Jeremy, you watched it on Facebook? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm nodding. Yeah, I did.
Do you remember enough of of watching the actual video that Phil sent to go off of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really
I do
strange
too.
how this
Yeah.
guy changes his mood from aggressive to calm to aggressive to calm to aggressive. Yeah.
Yeah. Phil, I could try to track down the longer one. I just don't know.
Well, that's okay. We could sort of discuss it. Like, doesn't have to be the perfect format like we had before.
Okay. Phil, since this is your topic, who would you like to share your thoughts first? Or if not, who would you like to share their thoughts first?
Well, I thought there were several interesting points to go over, such as the point at which she shot at his legs and missed. She lowered the gun, shot, missed. It's hard to say how, like, I think one of the sort of hobby horses that I have when it comes to dealing with the police is educating the public, right? Because a lot of people have this idea of like, the public doesn't have a responsibility. The police are the professionals. But the way I feel about it is that we'll have much better outcomes if we educate the public both on what their rights are, because that police, to be honest, don't want you to know your rights as much, but I do. I want everybody to know their rights, but also what they can expect in terms of really having to understand you're under arrest, right? You don't have a choice to decide that you're not under arrest. If your rights are being violated, take it to court later, right? Because police will make a mistake and you know, it's your lucky day. You now win hundreds of thousands of dollars or whatever else. But you have to understand that if you're being given an order, like, the police are the people who have the responsibility, right? It's not about them having extra rights. They have the responsibility to practice violence on the part of all of us, on the part of the people and the state. They are our agents, our servants, and they're out there. They're the only ones who are legitimately supposed to pull somebody over and tell them their rights are being taken away. They're not their rights, their freedom is being taken away because they're now a prisoner. This is not, there's no such thing as a citizen's arrest like that, right? Citizen's arrests are for stopping some robbery while it's in progress, right? You're not supposed to run after somebody down the street. This is the job of the police. I feel like I'm rambling, but my point is that people have to be educated about how to be arrested, as Sam Harris put it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jeremy,
It doesn't
what are your
seem like
thoughts?
it doesn't seem like this is probably mostly an issue of education, but more an issue of like either mental health or something that, whether or not you consider like severely disturbed personality to be an example of mental health, or substance abuse or something like that. This guy's behavior is so weird that it's not just the behavior of somebody who wasn't properly educated in the most reasonable way to deal with police. I thought about, there's this big political debate, especially in California, about shoplifting laws. In general, it's largely influenced by Black Lives Matter and by racial issues. People don't want the next George Floyd to arise from a shoplifting stop. So generally, a lot of jurisdictions in California have stopped enforcing shoplifting up to a certain dollar amount. It doesn't seem like, despite the rhetoric on the right, it doesn't seem like all of civilization in California has fallen apart. It seems like lots of stores are able to still operate. Maybe that's not the case for drugstores in certain neighborhoods of San Francisco, but I've been in a lot of California cities, in downtowns, and I haven't seen just an inability for stores to function. It seems like most people don't shoplift anyway, even if the jurisdiction isn't enforcing it. And so I was thinking about that in terms of this whole situation arising from a shoplifting claim. And so I wondered, what this guy originally took, and, if it was very small, if maybe the ideal thing to do is not pursue him all the way to his home. And
so I looked into it a little bit. He stole something. It wasn't large, but it was from like a 7-Eleven type place, and he was caught on camera, and maybe they caught enough that the officer went to his house. So he wasn't followed home. It was that they went to his house to make the arrest at his house.
Yeah, so they followed him directly from the store. Yeah, I mean, there's, if you only see things from the lens of what a citizen should do in response to an order from a cop, then you're missing a huge part of the picture, which is, the high level decision or whatever, the policy decisions to engage potentially lethal force of fallible humans entrusted with force for a specific offense. And when that offense is petty larceny, I think there are questions to be raised about the policy of responding to such small problems in society with potentially very destabilizing state violence.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So my problem is it's not petty larceny anymore. Once the what's important to me is ignored, and what's important to me is what Phil's saying is that we need to view these officers as the people you must listen to. And so once you don't, what matters isn't the larceny. It's that a person that should be listening
Yeah.
to these orders are not listening to these orders.
Well, that's
And-
exactly what I just said, Carson. If you focus from that point onward and you ignore what happened before that point, including
So-
far before the crime was committed at the policy planning stage, you're missing a whole lot of the ethical political
Okay,
questions that are involved.
Okay, so three guys, and no one realized that what's the problem here. I am really happy that only one person, one police officer went to his house to talk to him. But as soon as she realized that this guy is not gonna talk, she should have called for backup. 5-6 men or women, whatever, 5-6 officers could have overpowered that guy. So there was no need to shoot him. The reason that need came that she chose to go behind him for a petty theft. She should have
Yeah.
stopped, get backup. I agree with Phil. If that situation comes, so that officer have all the rights to shoot the person. That life matters. Okay. But why are you engaging one-on-one? If you are a police officer, you have backup, you have power, you have money. Use it.
Well, yeah. So oftentimes people say, "I can't believe that many cops showed up," and then the other angle, it's, "Oh, only one cop showed up." Now, I will say that this is a good argument, and I don't mean this in a horribly offensive way or anything, but why maybe men of certain builds would be better officers than maybe women. Now, this woman seems like she did a great job, and it shouldn't, like, obviously there will always be people that can overpower people. I'm sure The Rock could overpower Phil. But yeah, so a man that's able to, like, in the whole long video, the woman, when she tries to grab the guy's wrist and put his hands behind his back to arrest him, which she should have been able to, and he should have been arrested, she can't because he's clearly stronger than her. And I think it's important to recognize that if we want a society to function well, the citizens need to know they must listen to the officer. And in that sense, I don't really mind if aside from mental cases where I would want somebody mentally ill, like this person, put in a home and not allowed to be out of the home, if somebody of right mind is willing to say, "I'm stronger than this woman officer," that person needs to be taken down. I think he should have been shot way sooner than he was, in a sense.
That's horrible, Carson. That's horrible. First of all, we don't know.
It's
if
horrible, but
this
that's what
guy-
the person's choosing.
No,
I
he's
think
not.
that
The
she,
thing that was.
I think
Yeah,
that she did not expect him to turn on her the way he did. I think as she was talking to him, she realized something was wrong with him. And it seemed as though she sort of got it, like, okay, mentally, he's kind of a child. So I have to convince him to come down here and allow himself to be arrested. And I don't think she expected to get attacked the way she was.
And she made a mistake here. She made a mistake here. 'Cause
A
I don't
tactical
see
mistake,
reason-
yeah, for sure.
Which one?
Exactly.
So stupid
tactical
for a
mistake.
woman to go into a house where she doesn't know if there are any other people there. This guy could have buddies.
If she was a man, situation still would be same. You have manpower, use it. If people say why so many police officers, because we don't want to shoot people. And Carson, why are you saying this? If someone chose not to listen to a police officer, punishment shouldn't be a death. You're saying death penalty is that easy? Let's kill that person because he chose not to listen.
No. They're choosing it themselves. Death penalty is not good. We shouldn't. If we have somebody in jail, we should not put them to death once they're in jail or can be taken in. But if they are willing to go against our society's rules, now I wish we had options of places for people to flee to if they want to go live out in the wild with wild animals. But if they are in a society and we have rules and they don't listen, I agree that as soon as this guy goes into his house, I don't think it's dumb of her to go in the house, but
It
maybe,
was dumb of her.
Maybe, well, yeah, but then the only option should have been shooting him as he was going in the house. You either shoot
No.
him as he
Are
goes
you
in the
No,
kidding?
house.
wait.
No, I'm not
wait.
kidding at all.
Call for
He's-
backup and wait and
Call for a backup.
order
He's
him
not
to
a
come out from
terrorist.
outside. That's
He's
crazy.
not a terrorist. Waste some time, waste some money. It's fine. He's not a terrorist. He's a petty theft.
Or
Thief.
or you have the address so you can get the guy's identity, and then you can go,
Exactly.
charge him with the shoplifting the next time he goes out anywhere.
Okay, so
Why
do
do
you
you want to
guys
kill people?
promise cross your heart that if instead of her just going in and trying to talk to him, if instead there was a bunch of police surrounding the house, securing the perimeter, that wouldn't then be called like making the situation even worse, like exacerbating?
No, I don't think establish a perimeter with
How?
guns drawn is appropriate for a shoplifter. But I think, especially when you look at the model of many other nations, I'm pretty sure the policy of the UK would be you got enough tough guys, mostly guys, and they would attempt to close the distance and grapple the suspect and handle the situation that way without the gun being the necessary equalizer, because you only have one officer who's much physically weaker than the suspect,
Yeah, so nobody should have to grapple. You have the person put their hands above their head or behind their back, because if you're having to grapple with them, then you run the risk of their knife coming out, their gun coming out, them getting your gun.
Not in the UK, from what I understand.
Well,
But at the same time, she could ask for backup. That guy was not a professional criminal. We don't know that.
well,
that
we
guy
don't know.
just
We don't know if he's a professional criminal. That's why you guys are saying
But
she shouldn't go in the
but
house.
police knows. Police know who that guy is. They have their records. She went
Gotcha,
alone
yeah.
because she knew he's not dangerous.
Just
She
to be
knew
clear,
he's not dangerous.
she did call for backup as soon as he was uncooperative.
And
But
but she chose to go inside the house. That's
Well-
the first step she made. That was the first mistake she made.
yeah,
Well, yeah, but
If-
she's interrogating somebody for a crime if he stole stuff. Now, I don't know exactly the policy on why people do exactly what they do, but if he stole stuff, and then while she's saying, you need to stay out here, you're going to be arrested, we're waiting for backup. If he's going to go and flush the stuff he stole or burn the stuff or whatever, tamper with evidence, who knows what's going to happen. I think there's a protocol that makes sense to me, that if somebody
say-
is arrested, if somebody is being detained because of either committing a crime or there being reasonable suspicion to have committed a crime, you don't let them leave your site for various different reasons. He could be running out the back door. He could be
Carson,
destroying
you're making
evidence.
sense. Carson, you're making
know,
sense.
There's one other
Definitely. But
issue. Okay, I'll let Babe go,
okay,
'cause this is
Jeremy,
gonna-
you go
this
ahead.
is gonna-
Jeremy, you go ahead.
You want me to go ahead? Because
Jeremy,
this is
you-
going to be
yeah,
this
yeah.
is going to take us on a really big tangent. But
Okay, you go ahead.
if that young man and his mother had been black rather than white, this would be a huge national news story with major political implications, potentially riots in the area, and so this kind of thing happens to white people a lot, and probably not to the same percentage. Like, it's probably on average something like twice as likely to happen if it's a young black man and a young white man, but still happens to more white people and black people, because there are, I don't know, like 5 times as many white Americans as black Americans. So that's just interesting. Here we are talking about this, but it's not all over the major news channels, and it pretty much the exact same situation involving a white cop and a black shoplifter and his mother would have extraordinarily different implications in our news cycle and our society. And so your guys' opinion on that?
Well, I mean,
I'm certainly interested.
I'd rather not share an opinion on that. I could go on for hours about that topic, but since in my mind this is discussing what's right or wrong, what should be done in our society or in our society, Phil, you can comment on that if you want, but
sure. The statistics on it are a little hazy, because the studies seem to suggest that officers are a little more likely, like at least 20% more likely, to go hands-on a black person than a white person given identical circumstances. However, overall, one of the most uncomfortable facts is that per encounter with the police, black people are more likely to survive than white people are, right? Encounters with the police tend to be more fatal if you are white.
Yeah, that
That-
suggests. I mean, the natural kind of Occam's razor
Yeah.
explanation
Well,
for
can
that
I
is
can I
that-
continue because there's
okay,
an
yeah,
important point.
you're probably going to say yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If you have encounters with police that are unnecessary, that are low stakes, right? Either because you live in a neighborhood where they patrol a lot, or because if they suspect you simply because of the color of your skin, then because they are low stakes, because these are not necessarily career criminals or someone who doesn't want to go back to jail and is willing to do something to extreme to prevent it, then that's less dangerous on an encounter.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's so you go ahead, Jeremy. But
yeah, exactly the same thing. Yeah. It's exactly what you said. If if police are stopping a large number of non-violent, completely innocent young black men, then obviously that's going to shift the statistics to where a smaller percentage of them are going to end up in violent altercations, especially that lead to shootings, than the white people who are much more rarely stopped if they're completely innocent and nonviolent, and so the police are generally much more likely to be stopping a violent person if they're stopping a white person. Yeah, so that statistic that black people are more likely to survive a physical encounter with police is completely compatible with the idea that police are racially biased against black people or black communities. For
yes,
sure.
in fact, you can view it as evidence that they are more biased, just as we both pointed out. It's just that, like, that point that actually you're more likely to survive an encounter with the police if you're black, given the discourse about race and policing in this country, that should hit like a bomb. Like, people don't generally believe that if they believe that police are out there hunting black men. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I think that's just like a inability to think statistically or understand what statistics actually mean. I think that's more just like innumeracy, poor like mathematical and statistical education kind of thing across society, that people just get an immediate emotional response to which political side they think a statistic supports, and then they're not able to, or they're not willing to actually think through the implications. Yeah, you're right that actually understanding what those statistics mean, it kind of should hit like a bomb. And it actually supports the political side insofar as there are sides. It supports the opposite side of what most people would immediately think it does, right?
Yep.
But yeah, so sorry to cut you off, and to go back to the video in question. I just I think there is definitely an importance to talking about race issues in police, but I just like the idea of breaking down like what should be in a perfect like separating everything from all of its separate little details. If you get to that level where, whether this was a woman or a man, where the man grabs her wrist and he now has control. Do you, Vaibhav or Jeremy, do you not think that at this moment, and Phil, if you disagree with me, the moment that he has her wrist, therefore he can overpower her, should she be able to pull her gun out and shoot right
Yes.
then?
Sure.
Yes, she
Okay.
should be able to. But
That applies
but
to any citizen as well.
Yeah.
That applies to
even-
a random man, random woman outside the bar when the woman has an open carry or concealed carry.
Fair.
Not
I
just
think
because she's a cop trying to arrest somebody.
that's fine, but let's just focus on cops anyways, because yes, there will be a lot of crossover.
Carson,
You know, a gun being an equalizer against size and strength discrepancies between two humans is just a general principle that I agree with. Whether it's me and a typical woman who I'd be stronger than, or like The Rock and me, or even probably Phil and me, if he's grabbing my arm and trying to restrain me, and he's probably he's definitely bigger
I don't
and
think
probably
police
stronger than I am.
officers should.
You know, yeah,
I
that's
don't
a
think
very
police
useful
officers-
function of guns.
Okay,
We've had
I
one-
don't think I don't think police officers should do anything when they're alone, anything at all, unless they're peeing or something. Why was she alone? Because this is so stupid. I know she was supposed to because Carson is making point that that person could flush the whatever he stole, flush that thing or burn it, whatever. But at the same time, if you have a camera evidence, you don't need that product. He took it on purpose. We have it on camera. We don't know where it went. It's enough. Why do you have to risk a life for $20, $1,000 ring? Who cares?
Whose life are you talking about?
That person's life who was in danger.
Who are you? Who?
That guy who wasn't ready to talk
Oh,
to her.
okay. Yeah, because that's the thing. I don't view it as risking a life if somebody is told by the legal authority that you need to stop right now. You're being detained, and then when you do not listen, I think that is its own thing. I think that is just its own crime, and you are not
I agree
listening.
with
so,
you.
so if you're told, oh yeah, okay. So if you're told you need to stop right here, you're being detained, and you go in the house, if you're saying there's a risk to that person's life, there is either that person is willingly risking their own life or they are undereducated on the risk they are
Carson.
taking.
Carson, why don't
Yeah.
we allow 8 years old to drive? Why don't we do that? The reason?
Consequentialism?
Exactly. So if that person is drunk and not making right choices, it's still on that person. I'm not saying it's not.
Mhm.
But sometimes we are emotionally unstable, or maybe we have some mental illness, some sort of mental illness. We have to account these things. I know that police officer is supposed to stop that person, but is it worth risking that person's life? That's the question here.
Yeah,
It
so we
wasn't
have to
worth
have
it.
reason for policies. Now, I don't know the exact reasons. I gave a couple examples, like the flushing evidence of something, going out the back doors, whatever. But maybe that person's going, oh, the cops found me. I need to go get my gun. And so you let the person go in the house without following them. They go get a gun. They stick it out the window. So if she's not following him in, then what she needs to do would be go back to her car and hide
Did you-
behind a door at her car. And if that's happening, she's definitely not watching if he's leaving the back door. And maybe you're right that there should always be 2 or more cops at once. I don't know if we can afford that. I don't know the right answer to that. That's probably the most reasonable thing I would say out of what's being said right now.
And what about when he was going inside? If she had tased him, I would be like, "Huh, yeah, that's a great idea. She could tase him from the back. I mean, that's basic.
I'm not
They
sure if
have
there's a
all
policy
guns.
on tasing when you're alone. My concern would be aggravating the person that might harm you. I really don't know what tasing leads to. I don't know if it would lead to the person being more aggressive. I don't know much about
Tasing leads
tasers.
to 120 pounds man on the floor.
Yeah, and
That's what
that
it
might be
leads.
right. I don't know
Yeah.
enough about it to make a strong claim. I think a gun should only ever come out if there is a physical threat to one's life.
But not going to that situation is also a responsibility, now, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe it is, but I think that's kind of the one of the most valuable points here, which is why Phil brought it forward. I think is maybe in reaction to something you had said, Vaibhav, on a separate talk, is the idea of shooting to wound. And her, if it's true that she was aiming for his legs to wound him, and that's what led to shooting the mother.
No, that was a different shot.
That
Oh,
was a
was
different.
it?
It seems
okay,
like it. Yeah, oh yeah. I trust.
And in an open place,
Or-
it's suggested that you should fire towards the leg, because if you fire towards the stomach, that bullet can go through and hurt someone else. So this situation wasn't appropriate for that thing.
You should never. Again, like I learned so many things about how police do what they do that makes me change my mind all the time. So as I'm speaking, I'm going with what little knowledge I have now. But you should never fire at somebody if with the knowledge of how guns work, it is reasonable that a person behind them can get hit unless the person that's within range is getting in the way on their own. That mother trying to save her son, which is reasonable, is taking this risk she should not have taken legally anyways, because her son overpowered an officer and tried to do what any reasonable person could view as being able to take the officer's weapon. If the mother gets hit, I don't think the police. I read a handful of comments where some people think that officer should have been demoted to an office job or lost her job or whatever, and a big part of it is shooting the mother. I think the mother getting shot is perfectly acceptable in this situation.
I agree with you.
I just want to point out the practical point that there are lots of new designs of, well, some of them are old, but some of them are new, self-defense bullets that are more likely to quickly kill the target, but also very crucially less likely to pass through the target at a velocity that can hit someone innocent, someone behind them, assuming that they hit the target in the first place. That's a
Gotcha.
crucial. That's what you should be using if you're concerned with self-defense. These various kinds of hollow point fragmenting bullets. Not only because, you know, a lot of times when people get shot, even if the shot ends up being fatal, they're still able to harm you before the effects of the shot incapacitate them. You know, if they have their own weapon or if they're just larger than you. But also especially to protect potential people behind the target of the shot. People who have handguns for self-defense should have these this style of self-defense oriented ammunition.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I like that. Okay, so here's a question then. So if he goes in the house and you're saying she shouldn't follow, and then she waits for backup, and then there's like 4 officers, and then they use is it a blowhorn? Is that what it's called? The thing where you talk and it comes out loud, and they say, "Come out with your hands up" or whatever. Guy doesn't come out, and then the officers eventually have to go in to get him, and then he's just firing guns like crazy, hits a couple officers. Like, what's the best approach you guys could imagine that would involve letting him go back in, and then knowing that you're not making it there be a higher risk for the officers?
Okay, it's easiest question you have asked so far. Phil, sorry, not Phil. Carson, we know what this guy did. We know what kind he has some sort of mental issue, or maybe he's high on drugs. So we are aware about his situation. So this is something where we take chances. Probably he's not going to shoot. And that if police officers made that decision, because if you sign up as a police officer, now your life is in danger. Yes, we should try to save your life, of course. But if it's at the cost of killing innocent, no, thank you. That person is a thief. He doesn't deserve to die.
I mean, the nature of the crime is so crucial here because it defines the entire trade-off. You know, so Carson, I seems like I completely agree with you. If we were teleported into the moment where this smaller, weaker cop was alone inside a house, being, you know, physically grabbed and controlled by this larger young man, then I wouldn't have any disagreement. But you can't forget that the underlying crime is petty larceny and not rape or you know, or armed bank robbery or something like that, you know. And so they had the option to just identify the address that they watched the man enter, go check records, verify his identity, know who he is, and then plan to stop him the next time he went out to the store or whatever, or the next time to just put him in their files and stop him the next time any officer saw him on the street and was able to quickly apprehend him. And
like the next time you just
this time maybe have
randomly
it be
see
two
him?
two large male officers.
I agree with you.
That's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to get in here.
It's all right.
But like to basically just have a warrant, which is what that would be. You know, you have a warrant out for him, and then you don't pursue it, and you don't tell him. He just, let's say he's driving down the road, and his mom gets pulled over because she failed to signal, and he's just with her. They're headed to the store, and they happen to ask for his ID. You know, or they figure out who he is because she's driving, and then all of a sudden it's a surprise to him, but he's, you know, then he's apprehended by the police. I don't know. Maybe that would be a better way to do it. Would that be a better way to do it? Or maybe that would be more dangerous too, because then the police didn't know they were about to pull over somebody who has a warrant. I don't know.
It seems like your best options would either be to do that or to not pursue this particular petty larceny case.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
as many petty larceny cases are not ultimately pursued at all in the real world in the current state of things. You know, why if an officer doesn't witness it or doesn't have the even the ability to do this immediate confrontation, like just if I were to just call up the police non-emergency and just report that somebody stole something worth $10 from my yard, then it's almost certain that the police would end up doing exactly zero about that. And that doesn't seem too crazy. That seems pretty common sense.
Yeah, and I'm not against the idea, but what might challenge it a little bit is something that Lewis brought up here in the chat. He said, what if it was the 100th theft? So you never come across this guy on the street randomly. You never catch him in the act. You never pull him over to see that he has a warrant. Is there a certain number of thefts or a certain number of other petty type crimes that after a certain number, it is fine to go to their house and get them? I would guess in most cases. I'd guess any crimes, once a second crime has happened at least, but probably even a first. If the crime happened, the illegal thing happened, you could send them a letter to summon them to turn themselves in. But if they don't, I think you just... whatever their punishment is, they should have to do it. If they get a fine, they get a fine. If they have a week in jail or a week's worth of community service, that's what they have to do. I'm not saying that there's any crime that we need to have punished a certain way, but if it's punished a certain way, to say that we don't act upon it because they might be a maniac with a gun and therefore we leave them alone in their house, we want to weed that out as soon as possible, right? No?
Right.
I think you have this fundamental like psychological terror that the world will fall apart if there's not a clear authority that's obeyed 100% of the time. And I just don't think that describes the way things really work in the world. I think it's something about your psychology and not something about
that's perfectly
the possibilities
possible
in the world. Yeah.
That's possible, but we're talking about somebody that has robbed 100 stores. We're talking 100 places. That, I mean, depending on your views on capitalism, that might change some things.
Well, you already know that, I guess. Okay.
Yeah,
you know that for sure.
Okay. If we view that we want to let people be able to have stores where they sell stuff, and the stuff they're selling is their own property. And if somebody steals this property, then they're losing their livelihood. They're losing their ability to pay their workers and so on. There has to be a certain number of thefts that, yeah, we want this to function right. We want people to feel like they can't just go in and say, oh, this is under $750, so it's not going to be prosecuted. I can just take this and walk out the door. Yeah, I think I don't think that there's a specific number that will make the world crumble or the society crumble, but at some point it will crumble if there's not law and order. Yeah, I think you're right.
And I agree with Carson here.
Okay, I actually also agree with Carson. No, I don't want to stop you from speaking either, V. But I wanted to just say that I also agree with Carson. I feel like if we're going to say that, then we should have gone back and said that we shouldn't have the law at all. And every time we pass a law, we have to say to ourselves, we understand that even though the punishment for this might be a $20 fine, right? If that $20 fine isn't paid, then it becomes, I don't know, a day in jail. It doesn't matter what. But eventually, the more and more the law is not obeyed, you bring it up one notch, and eventually every single law, even if it's a $20 fine, could end in a fatal encounter if someone always refuses to obey their, adhere to their punishment. They refuse to be arrested. They refuse to pay the fine, and then they won't pay the fine, and then they refuse to be arrested. It eventually ends in violence. So we have to take that into account every time we write a law.
Okay. So Carson is right. Even if it's a first crime, we need to pursue the criminal or accused. The only thing I am not sure about is what I think is, if we have to choose between whose life is going to be in danger, accused or police officer. So it makes more sense to put police officer in danger in this situation, because this is the line of work they chose, and that accused person might be an innocent person. We don't know that. So if your line of duty requires you to die, or there is a possibility of death, it's fine. But putting that risk on a civilian or an accused person, it's just unfair.
Well, I think I'm a little confused because I agree with you about this risk to possible innocent civilians, but I'm not commenting anything on that. The only time that the risk becomes on the civilian is when they aren't listening to the authority. So if a police officer is wrong, if a police officer says you are going to be arrested, I'm putting cuffs on you and you're going to jail, and they're wrong, that police officer should, lose their license, or if it's a second offense or third offense,
put them in jail.
Yeah, put them in
For
jail,
first
whatever,
offense,
if they're
yeah.
wrong. But either way, if you are being told to listen to them and you do not listen, then that becomes the crime that you're committing, is the not listening part.
Yes, but
or
putting
if you
your life in
interfere.
danger is still not acceptable, because we don't know why you're not listening. We have history, you guys have history of police officers going inside someone's house and shooting them for no reason. Police officers going inside the park and shooting a 9-year-old without talking
Sure.
to that 9-year-old.
And that's
So
why I think there's
you guys
two
have-
separate. Yeah, there's two separate things I think need to be looked at. I think whenever deciding what something should be like, you need to remove basically everything and figure out the right thing. And then you can add in the pieces to figure out, is this reasonable? So if we ignore the US, we ignore India, we're just talking about this basic idea of a society with random humans in it, where the police officers are the most perfect angels in the world. And then we say, if these are perfect AI robot police officers, then which cases allow for which different things, and then we can analyze it without bringing in the emotional details of
It's not
baggage and
emotional,
history.
it's logical. My stand is not emotional at all.
No,
Because-
I didn't mean emotional in a bad way. What I mean is, I think before deciding what would, as a society, as lawmakers, what would we expect of people in a society where the citizens view the officers in such a negative light? Before deciding that,
Carson, I'm sorry I'm cutting you off, but there is a problem in your view. You are willing to take that on a word that, okay, in our society, police officers are angel. Let's say the person they are talking to, those people are also angel. Why do you have double standard for this?
I'm not. I'm saying
People
that
do listen. Every time police officer says something, people listen. Now, how do we resolve this? We have to
then that's
think
perfect.
about both sides, right?
No, that's perfect. There you go. There's nothing to talk about anymore.
There's also
Exactly.
a widespread
Exactly.
phenomenon of
So now, okay.
police creating their own definition of what it means to not comply.
Exactly.
shouting things very fast. Sometimes multiple officers shouting conflicting commands. Sometimes the same person shouting conflicting commands. The famous case of where this officer gunned a guy down in a hotel corridor.
Oh God.
I remember
guy
that
who had
video.
like some brutal slogan engraved on his gun, and you know, you're shouting, "Don't move, come here," you know, whatever. And you know,
That was the
so this
case
kind of
at
thing can
the,
happen. And then-
On your knees,
and
don't
then
move. On your knees, don't move.
Police, yeah,
Yeah, it was the
there's
case of the
multiple-
exterminator
and
in
then
that
the police
hallway.
interpret that as
Yeah.
yeah, and then the very very common phenomenon of very natural, just basically reflexes to something like being quickly thrown on the ground and having your arm wrenched to try to resist that physically. It's a very physiological reflex in that sort of situation,
Exactly.
being interpreted by police as a like conscious resisting.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that
that's
they
why
can
it's
label
cool-
that a separate crime, and so that they can justify their further escalation of violence.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that I'm highly worried about. Is these tactics that manipulate the situation to where the cops can envision so many different natural behaviors as like criminal resisting that you know, just a common sense observer wouldn't.
Yeah.
And certainly you wouldn't if you were in the position of somebody that was being manhandled by the police in that way.
Yeah, I kind of saw it firsthand once, but I'm going to save that story for a different time. But that's why I think there's a handful. I think one of the most important things we can do with our project is to view police footage and analyze it, like kind of like what we just did. And this is kind of one of the main things I want to do, and it seems like Phil wants to do. And the cool thing is, not only can we write the law and look at current laws and figure out if we want to structure them differently, but we can watch the footage, we can slow-mo it, we can pause it, and we can go, okay, where does it make sense here? And what I'll point out with what you're saying is the natural reaction of when you're thrown on the ground, your arm goes a certain way. The problem here is they should never have to even go to the ground. If they have to go to the ground, I would say in that case, the police officer's probably in the right once they're on the ground. If the police officer goes to a person and says, "You are being detained, put your hands behind your back," I would love to see, and it probably has happened 1 in a million times, but I would love to see a case where a guy's all like, "Nope, okay, hands behind my back," and then the police officer does something crazy. Because I've seen some crazy shit. There's some bad police officers that'll just punch somebody in the face because they're a bad police officer or whatever. But if somebody, I would say in most cases, when an officer is going to detain somebody, if they put their hands up or behind their back and just comply, there's not going to be some natural knee-jerk reaction to move an arm a certain way. It's when you're not complying.
Okay.
But we'd have to watch the video and
I
analyze
think to
it.
find cases like that, you're going to look at black people accused in the Jim Crow South or something like that, or even much more recently than that, or freedom riders who are civil rights advocates who travel to the South. These kind of people being confronted by local law enforcement. They immediately. I think a lot of them did immediately comply, and then were taken in handcuffs to a ditch where they were shot and dumped. This has certainly happened throughout world history, and
I'm sure there's a lot of horrible shit in history.
Substantial numbers in American history.
There are
Not too long
racist
ago,
humans there are racist humans in the world, and there are horrible humans in the world, and people that will abuse their power, which is why I think one of the most important things humans have ever done is creating cameras for
That's why
various
the Black
different
Panthers
reasons.
correctly armed themselves and said, if you're in danger of getting stopped and then handcuffed and lynched or left to die in a ditch by these local police departments, then you should be ready and willing to shoot them first. in self-defense.
Yeah, maybe. But luckily, thanks to cameras, outside of the handful of cases where officers turn their cameras off, which they should be fired instantly, I think, or I like Phil's idea of having their license revoked. With these cameras, we should be able to capture all the things. Now, I don't think we have probably many issues. I don't know if many is the right word to use with officers, or at least I don't think it's a high percentage. I think there are some issues, and it'll be interesting to look at the footage and see. There's a handful of cases like Derek Chauvin, which seem like it's more likely to lean towards the officer in the wrong. But I think most cases, almost all the cases where you have a list of people where it says say their name and it's about Black Lives Matter, in almost every case, I think if we watched the footage and looked at the evidence, we would probably all agree that almost all the cases the officers were right in. And but I think it'd be interesting. We should analyze all the footage, and I watch all the time, probably daily. I watch 10 videos of police doing the wrong thing and 10 of them doing the right thing, and I think it's interesting.
Yeah, but that probably also applies to a lot of cases where it's not an officer, right? Probably also applies to George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin.
That one's it's complicated when it's not filmed.
Well, yeah, it's not filmed, but I think what the jury saw and based their acquittal on was pretty good evidence that Trayvon had George on the ground and had the best of him and was continuing to beat the shit out of him because he was angry. He was, like, punched several times, and so that looks like self-defense by a citizen, even if. As seems to be the case in his subsequent life, George Zimmerman is a total racist piece of shit. It's a racist piece of shits also have a right to self-defense when somebody is potentially killing them by having them on the ground and repeatedly punching them in the face.
No, it's
so it's not tough, only about police versus non-police, right?
I have one solution. I have one solution to avoid these situations. Like maybe 40-30% cases can reduce. What if we teach kids in school 8th, 9th and 10th standard how to comply with police officers in these situations?
Oh, I think that'd be amazing.
Because Carson is right. If nothing, at least in half of the cases, civilians, they don't comply properly, and that leads to problems. At least half of the cases. So that's something we need to focus on.
Yeah,
I want to say just that applies to all this stuff. Again, I vote against criminalization of many, many things on a lot of our society votes. A lot of things that I think are morally horrible. Vegan-related things related to the horrific abuse of animals, but also things like circumcision of male infants and other things like this. And big part of the reason is, the more of those crimes you have, the more you're empowering the violent arm of the state in the form of the police to provoke these kinds of interactions, which often end badly. And so, I think circumcision is a horrifically immoral and crazy practice. I wish it hadn't been done to me or other members of my family. I guess I'd probably have that conversation before I had children with anybody that I would absolutely not accept it being done to my son. But even so, I don't want it criminalized because I don't want every synagogue and mosque to be a site
Another thing we agree on.
of this kind of police, constant police presence and constant, violent escalating interactions between police and every Jew and Muslim. It's unfortunate that circumcisions would still take place, but it's the lesser of two evils, and we can and should try to eliminate this practice or greatly reduce it through moral
By
persuasion.
teaching people. Yeah, by
Yeah, by
teaching
teaching
people.
people,
Telling
yeah.
them
What
why it's not that necessary.
What if somebody kidnapped somebody's baby and circumcised that baby and then returned the baby, and
That's
then
battery?
they got caught and they were going to get in trouble, but in the same situation with another person, they just kidnap a baby and then get the baby back. How much more jail time or trouble would you think the person should get in that cut off part of the baby's penis that was somebody else's baby?
Definitely, there is some additional punishment. Definitely. How much and what, I don't know. But making changes in someone else's body or baby, there's a difference. Yeah.
I don't think there's a difference, but Jeremy, what do you think?
I think the rarity of that kind of case leads to it being sort of more easily enforceable. I mean, for one thing, because you're going to have to have police presence to enforce the law against the kidnapping in the first place. So it wouldn't be a matter of an additional police encounter. It would just be a matter of adding an additional charge in court.
I see.
And that so that doesn't present the same like societal unrest, potentially civil war kind of problem as trying to criminalize a practice that pretty large percentages of the society deeply believe is their moral obligation.
I see. Okay. I see. That makes more sense. Gotcha. Okay. So here's the thing. I gotta head out of here, but I know since Jeremy, you don't have like your own channel or anything. Sometimes you don't get a chance to talk to people when you might want to. I can leave this up and running for you guys to talk. And also, Lewis, if you want to hop in here, because I know you were fighting with Jeremy earlier, you guys can have a boxing match while I head out. If you guys want me to leave it going,
let's let Lewis talk a bit. I don't really have anything particularly that I want to add. We talked about a lot, but if Lewis wants to come in and talk about this policing or talk about himself being highly phantasic and what it's like to, at the age of, he's like 60, right? At the age of 60, finally learning that people like me exist. That's even more shocking than when I was 30 and I learned out that people like him exist.
Well, also one thing that's interesting with Lewis, and I'd be curious to hear his thoughts on this, is because he's like, depending on the situation, and I don't know how he was before his recent surgery, is like legally blind at least part of the time. And so I wonder if kind of how like when you have a sense that you aren't able to use, your other senses are heightened. I wonder if that has an effect on it. So that'd be interesting to find out. Also, I told Jerem he should join as well.
Sometimes one of the many interesting things about aphantasics is there's some report that profound aphantasics like me don't go as crazy as other people in sensory deprivation tanks. Like what makes a lot of people go crazy with extended time in sensory deprivation is like that their senses are firing within their mind and like producing more and more like vivid unreal hallucination like stimulus. Aphantasic that just doesn't have that is kind of more able to survive the blackness and the silence.
I'm actually equally baffled by, the assertion that some people can't help but hallucinate when they think. Like they just can't think in terms of relationships and logic and language without visuals. Is that what you were saying also, that some people are like that?
Jerome wrote in the chat that images and things like instantly popped into his mind when an idea came or something, but that he was able to subsequently shut them off. So he didn't really choose to make them appear in the first place, but then he had the ability to suppress them.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
It's interesting.
So
it's definitely relevant to being a vegan and an animal activist. That when I think about watching Dominion or Earthlings, it's needless to say extremely disturbing and angering when I'm watching it, but then after it's over, it becomes like abstract information for me. It's not images and sounds that can pop back into my mind, and so God, wow. You know, it's like more when I think about vegans that are highly fantasic and what it's like for them to watch that kind of stuff, and just even if you just mention like slaughterhouses or gestation crates or them, like to them, like the
I can
images,
see right now
the
slaughterhouses
images
in
come
my-
right back. That's pretty frightening.
Disturbing.
Makes me feel really lucky to be the way I am. And it gives me a different perspective on what it's like to
Jeremy, I have a question for you.
show that footage to people. Yeah, go for it.
How you were mentioning the video you wasn't watching actually when we were watching video just now. You were talking about that video and this happened. Were you able to see that thing in front of your eyes, or you were just remembering?
Of course not. No, I no, of course not. I've never been able to do anything like that, and I didn't know until I was 30 years old that people actually did things like that when they were remembering something. That doesn't that doesn't
weird.
seem like
I
what I
can't imagine
describe
how
as
you are doing
remembering
it.
at all. Yeah, it sounds like the kind of thing that I would call hallucination, and not the kind of thing that I would call remembering. Like those seem like very different things. And when there's remembering, there's not a hallucination. Hallucination is like a weird thing that happens occasionally in life when I have a really high fever or taking some mushrooms.
Carson
or
is doing
whatever.
something really interesting right now.
Well,
I'm trying to visualize things, and I really think you guys are wrong.
No,
I really think you guys are just having memories that you're telling yourself mean something, but we're all seeing black.
No. I see
No,
the
I'm not
red
seeing
apple. But let me say this. It's almost like if you have imagine your brain split in two. You know, you've heard about those experiments where like someone's brain is split, and I don't know if this is actually true, but like the left side is like a different person thinking about this other thing. The right side's a different person thinking about something else. Imagine something like that. Only it's a split in vision where my real eyes, their vision is never impaired. There's never a superimposition at all. It's just there's a corner of my brain where my imagination can see red, can see the red apple, can see the lamp I see now. I can recall it and see it in my mind as it is. I to someone who's never done that, that would probably you'd probably say, what does that even mean? But it's in there.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
I had no idea something like that happens. I'm like, Carson, when you close your eyes, can you remember how your wife's face? Can you remember?
That's a good.
Well, it depends what you mean by remember. I would say I can remember in the sense that I could tell you facts about someone's face who I know well. But I would say, yes, I remember.
you can't
but
see that.
remembering is nothing like having a picture of them.
Right.
Now
Can you see her face?
That might have an effect on it, since I can't visualize things the way you guys are talking about. Oftentimes, I do forget kind of what people look like. So when I see people that I think I might know a little bit, I will be unsure and I won't talk to them. I don't know how long it would take per person.
So also things that are unimportant, I would not be able to tell you. So if everybody was just like, hey, Jeremy, close your eyes first, and I was unprepared, and then they asked me, what color shirt is Phil wearing? Nothing, because I haven't been forming an image that I can recall of what he looks like during this time. That I have stored the important information that I would need to tell to like police if we were looking for him or something, right? I know the important factual information about his appearance as facts, but I haven't formed any like residual image that I can call back up. So really unimportant things like what color t-shirt somebody's wearing is not going to be stored.
I always forget just how cute Matthew is, and every time I
He's
see
getting
him,
cuter.
it's like, oh, that's right, he is that cute, and I can't remember that face until I see it again.
I have to say, it's still true. I don't have a photographic memory, right? So when I actually go to remember something, these are images that I'm creating in my imagination, and then I'm seeing them, right? So it could be confabulations. Like maybe Jeremy was wearing a red shirt. I know one time he was wearing a red shirt. Let me look. No, it's like a black shirt or dark. But yeah, so it's confabulation. You know, it's not like I recall a memory. So I mean, you know what I'm saying? The point is I can see it in my mind. That's all.
Yeah, I have a weird thing where I remember weird things. Like I can remember the date of almost every movie release on Earth, even if I haven't seen the movie, like all the way back to the 1920s. Same thing with like album releases, things I care about, like historical facts. I can remember the weirdest shit, like Ben Franklin's name of his pet dog when he was 4, stuff like that. But I can't,
common, Carson,
I can't picture like the font or the book, the look of it. I just have the information stuck.
That's
and it's
very
usually
common.
Unimportant things.
Yeah,
I gotta hop
I've-
off of here though. But
Okay.
Lewis, can you get super controversial with these guys for me?
Can you guys hear me?
I just want to tell you guys that
Yes, we can hear
the
you.
facts that I've learned about aphantasia like include that we tend to be better at memorizing facts and storing them accurately. And
Cool, I dig it. I prefer that, or maybe I don't. I don't
declarative
know.
memory. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna listen back. Make this feisty, guys. Have fun.
Luis, we have a bone to pick.
Well, let me get. This is really kind of really fascinating about what I learned today about this. How do you call it? What is it called?
Aphantasia.
Aphantasia.
So I guess you could call the way that the majority of people are like you phantasic. Yeah.
Is that
People don't
actually
usually
a
say
word?
that, or you can just say normal people.
I like that. I like that. But I mean, it's so funny what Carson just said because, I'm an extremely visual person, right? Like visuals just pop into my head when I don't even want them to, and I've been many of times I've laughed as people are just telling me things that seem kind of mundane, but my mind just pops these images into my head, and I will oftentimes laugh at things, and people are like, "What are you laughing at?" I'm like, "Because I'm picturing. My mind is picturing all these things you're saying, you know." So I'm extremely visual in that sense, but I'm terrible with dates and names and things of that nature. I'm really bad with that, and I'm always amazed because I have this one friend in particular who is like unbelievable with dates and numbers and stuff like that, and I don't know if he is one of these aphantasia people or not, but it wouldn't surprise me to find out that maybe he is, because maybe as one part of your brain, you know, I don't know if it's the case that in every instance where you have aphantasia that you have this remarkable ability to, you know, recall dates and numbers maybe and things like that, but maybe, you know, I don't know. Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, nobody else wants to say anything. Lewis, there's a very strong relation between aphantasia and PTSD. I don't know if it's very strong. It's highly statistically significant in the studies that I've looked at. Aphantasic soldiers who've experienced battle have pretty clearly lowered rate of lingering symptoms than other soldiers.
So even if they were phantasic before let's say the war trauma, after the war trauma, they will develop.
No.
Oh.
It's that the negative effects that constitute what we call PTSD have a lower rate in people who have always been aphantasic. Like PTSD apparently has a lot to do with the sensory data of the sights and sounds and smell of battle and death back into your head.
You guys don't have higher IQs, do you?
What? I
You
think I
guys
have.
don't have
pretty-
higher IQs, yeah.
Do aphantasics have higher IQs? I thought you were asking about me.
But
I don't know that. I haven't seen anything that suggested that.
only
Hey,
half
Vabe,
joking.
Vabe, I have a question for you. Please clear this up for me. On
Sure.
on YouTube, is your name the Skeptical Being Hindi? Is that
Yes.
you? Oh,
Yes,
okay.
that's me. That's why I said we have a bone to pick. That's why I said.
Okay. I wasn't sure. At first, I thought you were somebody else who, for probably about 2 or 3 years, has been kind of trolling me on
No,
on
no, no,
YouTube.
no, no.
And
No,
okay, no, I thought you were him at first, but
I'm
okay.
9th subscriber of Carson, and after subscribing him, maybe like after that for a month or so, and I started watching you in comments.
Okay.
And
Because
yeah, I
you-
have been trolling you. I have been trolling you. That's something I need to
Well,
because I
because
troll everyone.
I know this other fellow who's been trolling me. He is, I believe he's Indian also. He's vegan, but we differ on certain things. He's quite religious, but he has several accounts. At least I believe he has several accounts.
I'm
because I s-
vegan. I am Indian,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I am atheist, and I
Right,
don't
so-
have several accounts.
okay. So you're definitely not that same person.
Oh my God.
Hey,
Why are
this
you
is
doing
kind
this,
of a
Bill?
tangent. He's so cute, so distracting. But
That was great.
I have an ongoing battle with the court in my city. I'm trying to adopt a child. It's on process,
Oh.
but because I have a criminal history,
Hmm.
they are not allowing me, and it's so disturbing, frustrating right now. I can't even tell you guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
Sorry. Hey, Vabe, I'll change the subject away from that sadness.
Yeah.
We were talking about souls earlier, very briefly, and from a comment, and I was saying that I actually think what real personhood seems like to me is like even smaller stretches of a lifetime. So I definitely don't seem like I'm even the same person as I was when I was 18 years old, let alone when I was 5 years old. That seems kind of related to aphantasia versus phantasics, because a lot of people I know report that they have these vivid memories of when they were 5, and I have absolutely none of those. But then, as Phil was saying, like these are fabricated too. Like they're not what actually happened when that person was 5. They're like a story that their brain is telling, filling in like sights and sounds. So they're not usually not true, but it makes people feel like they're the same person as the 5-year-old that I, as an aphantasic, don't have it. I don't know if that's related to my philosophical position on what personhood is.
So
But I also wanted
remember
to
the
ask
time.
you, because you're an atheist, but you're in a country that has this sort of religious cultural ideas about reincarnation, about the persistence of the soul, and I wonder if you have any sort of lingering ideas like that in the back of your mind that really make you feel like there's some kind of a core like soul that could survive your present personality or something like that.
No, I don't believe in all that. So because I really studied about this, because I was a believer, and I have prayed and everything everyone does, but eventually, maybe like 10, 15 years ago, I realized that it's all bullshit. I'm 29 now, so.
So you think there's nothing like a soul that's like a core that persists from your birth to your death? Do you?
It doesn't. It
Some people
doesn't
think-
stay
some people
after I
think-
die.
Okay, so but you could still think that something like that, some like core identity, soul-like
I don't-
thing exists, and then it just goes away when you die. But
I
I don't
think
even
people
believe that
are-
something like
peop-
that exists.
When people say that when it's in lifetime, they're talking about consciousness, and consciousness is not something we really understand right now. But at the same time, we have a pretty good ideas about it. So there is no reason to believe that there is anything other than physical body.
Okay, so
physical
you
brain.
would be a physicalist then, not even a substance dualist. You don't believe that you can like say with any confidence that consciousness is a different kind of thing that could not be physical.
So it's consciousness could be something like plasma. Plasma doesn't have a physical. It's not a physical thing. It's getting out of something else. So, or maybe gravity. Gravity doesn't have a physical property, but it's related to something. It might be something like
It's like a
that. But
relation, right?
yeah,
It's a relation
relate.
between physical things. That's what
Yeah, but
gravity would seem to be.
yeah, but it's stating that it can stay there, sustain itself without a physical brain. It sounds like a stupid idea.
Well, yeah, I don't think that should be very hard for people to conclude that that consciousness cannot survive the destruction of the physical brain. But beyond that, there's the question of, is consciousness just like a certain kind of activity of complex physical structures like brains, which is what I think.
Complex chemical reactions. What else it can?
Okay, so it doesn't have to be like a completely different kind of a substance or some different kind of existing thing from the physical world.
We have electrical activities in our brain. There is some electricity. So electricity doesn't have a physical. Okay, Luis, you are saying something.
This is interesting because just the other day I was having a talk with a friend of mine about consciousness, and I have pretty clear ideas of what I understand consciousness to be. And I think Vabe is on the right track, but I think that maybe he sort of misspoke a little bit about when he was talking about it's sort of like gravity. So yes, there are chemicals and electrical impulses that seem to be involved with consciousness, but those chemicals and that electrical energy is not consciousness itself. What consciousness is a brain state. It's a brain state that well, let me just preface this by saying that about a dozen years ago, I had read an article written by, I believe it was a neuroscientist who specialized in studying people who dream and who are put unconscious purposefully for testing purposes or for surgeries and things like that. This is about a dozen years ago I read this. But his argument, and it was a very, very compelling argument, was that based on his studies, his experiences observing and testing subjects, people who've undergone, various, I guess, being put unconscious, whatever, through, drugs, administration of drugs or whatever, that consciousness is a communication between two parts of the brain. And I don't remember exactly what two parts of the brain he specifically mentioned, but his argument was that brain state, which is the communication between these two parts of the brain, that brain state is what we label consciousness. So consciousness isn't a thing, it is a brain state, which is the result of two parts of the brain communicating with each other. And once you sever that communication, whether it's through administration of drugs to put you unconscious or full out sleeping or killing you or death or whatever, that communication between those two parts of the brain ceases, and we no longer have that brain state, which we call consciousness. Now, there may be some kind of level of subconsciousness, but that consciousness, his argument is no longer there. It's a particular brain state that is a result of communication between two parts of the brain, two specific parts of the brain.
Yeah, it sounds like all three of us are physicalists here. Yeah, I mean, and I think there's maybe a terminological distinction that when people say that they're physicalists, it doesn't only mean matter. So things like energy, you talked about electrical discharges, those would still be considered physical processes. Mm-hmm. So to say that that's part of what makes up consciousness, it would still make you a physicalist and
I agree.
not somebody who thinks that soul is completely removed, a different kind of thing from the physical universe. Reading Michael Huemer disagree with that and say, oh, it's incredibly obvious that consciousness, my experiences are a completely different thing from anything that could be physical. It's
you guys
very,
realize
very
that
smart
how
guy, but that's a very bizarre kind of position.
Oh, here, Phil is.
different
Don't talk
experiences we
about
have.
Phil anymore. Here he is. Here he is. Shh, shh, shh. Hey, Phil, how you doing, buddy?
Good, but I had an idea because I was already listening, and when I forgot the name of the guy, you said you were shocked that he is not a physicalist, or at least reports himself to not be a physicalist.
Yeah, you're going to hear this name a lot, Michael Huemer. He's
Michael Huemer. All right, so would you say
he's a professor of philosophy who's a Austro-vegan, so he's made arguments that eating bivalves is okay, and also he's an anarcho-capitalist, so very kind of influential on me and also on Jerome and Travis, I think, too.
Aw,
so
there goes baby.
that's gonna be a
again.
common name. There it goes again. Okay, anyway,
right,
so Huemer spelled, if you want to look him up, Huemer.
okay? So would
Louis,
you
I have a
say?
question for you.
Wait, but I was just trying to get at. Would you say that he's saying that that consciousness is rather something that arises, and what he's talking about is the process by which it's even able to exist. So, like the strong force of the universe, the atomic force, gravity, magnetic field. These things are not physical, right? They absolutely interact with physical things, right? So a field is not a physical thing. Everything in the field is physical, right?
I think in the philosophical sense, where there's an argument between physicalist and dualist conceptions of consciousness, all those things that you mentioned would be considered part of the physical world. The dualists are not saying that that consciousness is something like the physicists describe as a field. They're saying,
Jeremy, are you
that
talking about
it's a
mind-body
completely
dualism?
different kind of thing from anything that would be described by the laws of physics.
Okay, well, all right, then I can't back him up then, because my only thought was that somehow a brain is a machine that's able to make energy know itself, right? That's my only thought, but I guess.
Yeah, that sounds like a form of physicalism, yeah.
Yeah.
But that might be a case. Brain is a machine. It does generate electricity, and a brain does a lot of things which we are not doing on purpose. If someone slaps me, my muscle memory, I am not doing this on purpose, but my hands are up and I'm trying to save myself without doing that on purpose. So
yeah, I
brain
think
might know itself.
I think
maybe it's just a muscle memory.
No, I think obviously that the brain can produce types of energy, electrical energy, very small amounts. We know this, but I think it's, if you're saying that energy, that electrical energy, can be called consciousness, and I'm not sure if that's what you're saying, Babe. I think that's okay, because I don't think that's what consciousness is. Consciousness apparently does require chemicals and electricity that our brains are producing, but yeah.
Louis, you sound like a young guy, but you speak like someone's 50, 60, 70-year-old. How old are you?
Take a guess. I won't be offended.
40, 45?
Oh my God, how the fuck can you say that? Holy shit.
I say you're 60.
What about you, Phil? I think I've told somebody in this
I think you're 60.
Are you 60?
All right. Well, Phil is the closest. I'll be 60 in 2 years.
Okay, so you sound like someone 19, 20-year-old, but you speak like a person who has been here for
Jeremy
a long
already
time.
told me you were about 60. He forgot.
I thought he was a young man, and then I thought in a previous chat he told Carson he was 60 or something.
That's close to 60, yeah.
I have been very rude towards him, so
Toward who? Me or Carson?
towards you, Louis.
Oh, it's okay. It's all good. It's all good.
So,
Gen X.
Louis,
Gen X represent. That's why we have good
If
taste in music.
Louis, we have Jeremy here, and actually, you were talking about something in chat. I think if you guys are okay, I want to talk about moral responsibilities.
Jeremy and I have batted that around for a while, and I think to
Yeah,
some
and I just
extent
have
we've come to.
I just have a quick idea, and
No, go
I
ahead, go
want
ahead.
your suggestions. Okay, so I am walking on a road. I saw someone drop their phone. I told them, "Oh, hey, this is your phone." So it helped that person from losing his phone or her phone, and lot of suffering is avoided, and it didn't cost me anything. It's something I consider moral responsibility because it has nothing to do with anyone. It's just, hey, I helped that person for no reason. Now, if someone is dying and drowning, and I go and I help that person, but in that process, I risked my life, I would call it moral virtue, not a responsibility, but a virtue, because keeping myself safe is more important. So in that sense, I understand that there are moral responsibilities. Do you agree, Louis?
No, and I do. I think I understand how you see moral obligation, and I see it differently. And so I'm not entirely sure philosophically what my position is based on, but I think maybe it's based on negative rights. Like I think that moral obligation comes into play only in the sense that if you are intentionally inflicting harm upon somebody else, it is a moral obligation not to inflict that harm. But in my opinion, it is not a moral obligation to help others, right? Which is very different. So that delineation to me is a crucial delineation between choosing to inflict harm versus helping others. I think that helping others is very morally virtuous, but I don't think it's a moral obligation. So that's where I draw the line. Now, there's a separate question: is would I pick up that phone and hand it to the person who dropped it? Would I save the drowning child? And yes, because I think I'm a very morally virtuous person, but I don't. But it's not a moral obligation to do that. I wouldn't demonize somebody as a bad person if they didn't do it. Just because I'm a morally virtuous person and I would do it doesn't mean that I think it's a moral obligation to do those things. It is a moral obligation, in my viewpoint, to not intentionally inflict harm on somebody else.
So there is a conflict here. I mean, the problem I'm facing here, giving someone their phone back it's not a big deal. It's not rise up to the level of virtue. It's something you just do it without thinking about it. Not doing it will not make you a criminal. Because moral, if there is something moral to do and you don't do it, and if it's not, it's okay legally. No one is calling you criminal, but you might be a evil person inside. And I'm not saying that legally. I'm just saying because if I can wave my hand and save 10,000 kids from drowning, you can't force me to do it. But if I don't choose to do it, knowing the side effect, that makes me a bad person. What do you think?
So about a couple of years ago, and I wish I knew where this was, I put together sort of like a picture diagram of my kind of concept of my distinction between moral obligation and moral virtue. And my kind of concept, and I didn't fully flesh it out, but it was kind of something that I did in picture form. And what I thought of at that time, and maybe I'll have to revisit this because maybe it's not the greatest way to visualize my concept, but I imagined the knob of a stove, right, for the oven, knob for an oven, and either the flame, right, when you turn the knob, either the flame or the heat, whatever you want to call it. I guess this has to do with a gas stove, right? And so when it's off, right? But when it's on, you have all these various temperatures, right? These degrees of on, right? So for me, that delineation that off is the I guess the moral obligation part, right? If you're not intentionally actively harming somebody, that knob like is off. There's no moral obligation to help. Now, picking up the phone and handing it to somebody, that would be, let's say, 2 degrees on the oven, whereas, let's say, saving the child, you know, from drowning in the puddle, that would be, let's say, 600 or broil or something. So I don't know if that makes sense to anybody here, but it's kind of like that virtue goes from the most mundane thing you can think of, like picking up a phone and giving it to somebody or whatever mundane, completely mundane thing you can think of, to the most, let's say, urgent thing that you could do that is not part of you choosing to inflict harm on somebody. So, you know, let's say saving a drowning child or something of that nature.
Can I say what I responded to you the last time we
Yes.
talked and you presented this
Sure.
metaphor, Lewis?
Okay.
You know, the problem
Okay, go
for me
ahead.
with this metaphor is very clearly that off also has a temperature, and that temperature is lower than all of the other temperatures on the scale. So this metaphor doesn't establish that there's some kind of distinction that's completely separate, that's separate from temperatures being higher or lower than another. Off can just be described as a temperature that's lower than all of the other temperatures on the dial. So,
Or it could, I mean,
the
that's
problem
true.
with
It
that
could.
analogy
Mhm.
for someone, because
go
what
ahead,
you'd
go
have to do to establish that there's something different from things being morally better or morally worse than other things, from this continuum of better and worse, to establish that there's something else called an obligation, is you have to say, like, here's something that's simultaneously both 400 degrees on the scale and off. And like here's something that's 400 degrees on the scale and you're obligated to do it. Here's a different thing that's 450 degrees on the scale, so it's morally it's better, but you're not obligated to do it. You have to like, if you actually believe in things that are obligation, that are apart from the morally right or morally wronger scale, then you have to you should have examples of things that are like action A is better than action B because it does more to improve the state of the world, but action B is the one that you're obligated to do. Even though action B improves the world by less, you have the obligation there. Action A improves the world by more, but you don't have the obligation there. So it's kind of things like you know, you're obligated to like you're obligated to pay your taxes or something, but
So
you're not obligated to donate a large percentage of your income to the Against Malaria Foundation. And then somebody asks, well, how much taxes do you pay, and you know, how much good for the world does your taxes do? And you can calculate, well, what my taxes are used for and the amount of taxes I pay, it does a lot less good than donating 10% of my income to the Against Malaria Foundation would do. So donating to the Against Malaria Foundation, Lewis would say, is more virtuous. It does much more good for sentient beings, but then at the same time, you'd be able to say, still, I have an obligation to pay my taxes, and I don't have an obligation to donate to these charities. That's the kind of thing that I disagree with. I don't recognize. I don't make sense of any concept of moral obligation in that sense, where something that's morally better than something else could be the one that you're not obligated to do, but you're obligated to do the thing that's morally less good. That just seems like really, really perverse ethical reasoning. And you know, like Jerome had mentioned in the comments today, if obligation just means something that it's really, really good to do, so that it would be really, really bad if you chose not to do it, then he said he could accept that that meaning of obligation, and so could I. That's fine. You're just using it as a substitute.
I'm going to stop you now. You are talking from a long time and I'll forget what I was going to say.
No, go ahead.
I have a bad memory. Okay. So, Luis, you said that it's a moral obligation to not hurt others, right?
To not choose to intentionally harm others.
Yes. Not choose to. So, I agree with you on that. But I think when I'm sitting in my room and not hurting others, it's not a moral act, it's a amoral act. It has nothing to do with, it's not positive or negative, it's a neutral situation where I am not, despite having the opportunity, I am not hurting others. But if I have an opportunity to protect, and this isn't going to cost me anything. The example I gave in the comments, so that if I know that my neighbor is cleaning his gun to shoot my other neighbor, it sounds like it's my moral obligation right now to call the police and tell them that this is something I know. Now do whatever with this information, because if I don't do it, there are consequences. It's not because of me, but because I know this is going to happen. Somewhere I am choosing that consequences for that other person. Not doing the right thing is going to hurt someone else. So I think that's immoral.
I think that we're all passively choosing to act in morally worse ways than we could be choosing to act all the time, or not all the time, but mostly throughout our day. And that's what it means to be a scalar consequentialist. It's morally worse that I chose to work in a lower paying profession and job situation that I personally enjoy, rather than to work in a very high earning profession such that I could donate 80% of my income to eradicating malaria and addressing world hunger, and to animal charities that promote the spread of veganism. I could be doing a lot more than I'm doing, and that is just in and of itself, per se, it's morally worse when I make choices that do less to improve the world than choices that were available to me.
You're right, but the situations are different. You're talking about something long term, I'm talking about something quick.
Well, the same thing applies to something quick.
No, it doesn't apply that way, because if I choose not to return that lighter or a phone, it's fine. But there is some damage which I am allowing by not doing anything. But I don't want to change my lifestyle for that.
Vibhav, think of like just eating something unhealthy, so that you will end up burdening the medical system. And if you're eating that healthy thing right now,
making your family sad,
right that minute, you can make that decision. That's what he's talking about, short term,
Okay, but that's still long term. If I'm eating unhealthy food, it's gonna take a while to inflict pain on others.
Well, short term, I could still have spent these hours, baking some bread and taking it to some elderly, hungry neighbor.
So you think it's same as calling
instead of talking with you guys?
Wait. Do you think it's same making a quick call to police or baking and doing something for hours? There are differences. I don't know why you can't see those differences, because I think if someone drops something and I see that, it comes under obligation because it won't cost me anything at all. And Phil, why are you showing that cute baby? My brain is going there. I stopped. I can't think anything else.
He's testing us, testing our concentration.
Yeah, he's testing.
It's like the psychological experiments where they play a loud noise in your ear.
Trying to derail your argument.
Wait, can I jump in with a quick thing?
Pretty simple.
Yeah.
Okay. I was waiting for a while. When I hear the term like moral obligation or just an obligation, it immediately seems a little off to me if the obligation is universal, right? Because an obligation is something where this is my obligation, not your obligation. So my obligation would be to take care of my son, but not to take care of your son. My obligation would be to pay my taxes. Your obligation would be to pay your taxes, right? If it's universal, sort of the term
We are
obligation.
talking about moral obligations.
Well, to
Moral
me,
obligations are different.
yeah, but to me, when I hear obligation, it almost seems like redundant. Like it doesn't seem like the right word if it's universal. It's just bad. You know what I
use the
mean?
word duty on yours.
I think your obligation to take care of your son instantly translates into my head to mean your choices to take care of your son are very, very much morally better than you're making a choice not to do so. And then why would it be different to take care of your son versus to take care of somebody else's son who's the same age and in the same sort of relative situation? Mainly because as a biological parent, especially, you're number one, much better suited to take care of your son. Like you're going to naturally be more attentive. You're going to be better at it. And number two, because it's going to be significantly less costly. So the trade-off to your own psychological well-being is going to be a lot less, just because how you've been evolved to have these nurturing feelings. It's going to make it a lot easier for you to make the sacrifices to take care of your son. It's going to hurt you a lot less than it would if you were somehow feeling obliged to take care of a random baby unrelated to you. That's the consequentialist kind of explanation for actually the linked video with
Jeremy, you
Diana
said you'll pull the
Fleischman.
lever.
She mentions this precise argument that I'm restating right now.
Oh, the one I didn't watch yet, but I posted and I said I was going to.
She mentions that it costs parents a lot less to take care of their children psychologically in terms of their own well-being, and that's a big part of the explanation for why it's much better moral trade-off for them to choose to take care of their own children than for them to choose to take care of somebody else's children.
But Jeremy,
no, I don't want to. I was already talking. V, you can go ahead. I was talking enough. I mean,
no, I just have a question for Jeremy. Jeremy, you said that maybe you said that you'll pull the lever in that trolley situation. You said that, right?
Of course, sure. The original trolley problem. It's easy.
So it's not even your responsibility. What would be a reason to do that? You choose not to do anything. You can choose that. Is it somewhere you feel a responsibility to save 5 people over one?
I don't think. Well, if you're talking about my feelings, maybe there's a feeling that's something like responsibility, but if you're talking about my ethical position and what I think is morally true, I don't think that there's a fundamental ethical concept of responsibility or obligation or permissibility. I just think those things don't apply to what moral goodness and badness is.
Moral responsibilities don't have any legal consequences, any social consequences.
Well, okay, so that's exactly the thing. There are legal responsibilities. There are legal obligations. When you have a set of rules like the laws of a nation, the existence of legal punishment creates something that you can use those terms to describe. But when I'm just talking about the morality itself, I don't think that moral rightness and wrongness contains phenomena like obligation or permissibility or responsibility. I think the way I describe the trolley problem is the world is made a better place if I make the choice to pull the lever, as far as I know. Okay, there's always a probability that something else could happen and you could be wrong. But the way the problem is set up, I have a reason to believe that the world will be better if I pull the lever, worse if I choose not to pull the lever. Either pulling or not pulling is a choice and an action on my part. So because I can bring about one world or the other world, I have that knowledge and I have that power. So if I choose to make the world worse, then I am acting morally wrongly to precisely the degree that I'm making the world worse by. If I choose to make the world better, then I'm acting morally right to precisely the same degree that I'm making the world better.
So I think this is subjective, extremely subjective. Because if I see a person whom is hungry and on a road, I will not be able to sleep if I go home without doing anything about it. I can't do it.
Yeah.
So
But
I
if it's
think
someone in far away around the world, if it's someone in
of
Africa
course,
who you could save by donating money
approximately
and you
20,000
choose not
people
to
are dying due
donate,
to SARS.
yeah, then you'll sleep just
20,000.
fine, right? You'll sleep just fine.
Exactly.
Okay.
So it might be subjective that if I saw the problem, I have to solve it. If I don't see the problem, who gives a fuck?
So I think that Peter Singer wrote a whole book basically coming off of this kind of thought experiment. He wrote a paper and then he wrote a book called The Life You Can Save, arguing that not donating to charity is morally the same sort of thing as not saving the drowning child in the pond in front of you.
Yeah, I heard that.
Because you don't want to get your new shoes wet. And I agree with that. So the thing to say about that, which is exactly what Singer says, is that the psychological fact about how easy or hard it is for us to do something, it's not a moral fact. It's a separate kind of thing. There's a separate question of, okay, now that we understand what the more morally right and more morally wrong choice is,
okay, Louis, I was wrong.
How easy is it for somebody to do that? It's very hard to walk away from the drowning child in front of you, for probably any of us here today, because we're not psychopaths. But it's very easy for us to not think that we should donate significant amounts of money and take them away from our luxuries and our hobbies and donate them to causes that prevent the most suffering or cause the most well-being to people that we don't see. So it's one is psychologically hard and one is psychologically easy, but their rational moral status is the same or very similar.
Louis, I was wrong actually. I just realized that. So you guys are making more sense than me right now. Because everything I make. Sorry.
What were you wrong on?
That I think you guys are right, and moral responsibilities don't actually exist. It's just a feeling, and it might not be a real thing.
Well,
it's making more sense.
Yeah, I guess that's Jeremy's position, but it's not necessarily my position. I think Jeremy believes that. So I think and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeremy, but I think what you seem to have been saying there is that what you see as morally right and wrong is what I see as morally more virtuous and morally less virtuous. That seems to be kind of, I don't know. I mean, that seems to me that's my idea of what is more morally virtuous. And maybe there's some point that you have a distinction. I don't know exactly, but
exactly. Like I said in our previous conversation, your scale of moral virtuousness, as you call it, seems to be very well calibrated. So why do you need something else? What work are those other concepts doing? That's what I find hard to see. I mean, certainly obligation could mean it's very opposite of moral virtue. It's a big moral vice. If you don't do something, then you can call that an obligation. That makes sense. Responsibility, that means like something that for you in particular, it's especially morally virtuous to do and lacking in virtue to not do, or something. If you describe it in those terms, then where all of those categorical concepts just map into degrees along the scale of moral rightness and moral wrongness, then sure, I understand that. It's the idea that they're some kind of completely separate category apart from moral rightness and wrongness that I can't really make good logical sense of.
Yeah, and I don't make logical sense of your position either in the same way that you don't make logical sense of mine, because I don't see how you cannot see a distinction between the moral obligation of not choosing to intentionally harm somebody versus the moral virtue of helping somebody. Yeah, as miffed as you are to my position, I'm just as miffed as you. I've never heard a compelling argument on your position. I'm definitely not convinced that your position is sensible in my view. I think it's kind of ridiculous. And just for a moment, going back to the stove thing, it's not. And maybe the stove, like I said before, maybe the stove analogy is not perfect, but with the stove analogy, right? When the knob is set to off, there is no flame. So it's not about temperature per se, it's about the flame. So when the knob is off, there's no flame, but when it's on, and the flame gets larger and larger and larger, and that equates, of course, to temperature, but it's the flame that is getting larger or higher. And so there is a distinction, a clear and obvious distinction between the knob at the off versus the knob at one of the settings that equates to temperature. So it's a clear distinction to me because it's the flame that is off versus the flame that is on in varying degrees.
Well, yeah, but again, the off position always heats the pot less than any of the flame on positions. So that would correspond metaphorically to saying that any violation of an obligation must also be less virtuous than anything that does not violate an obligation.
To which I disagree. I don't think it's about.
But that's what your metaphor. That's what your metaphor implies.
No, it doesn't at all, because the metaphor implies that the flame is on versus the flame is off, and there's a clear delineation, right?
Yeah,
when the flame is off, it's not on to some degree; it's just off, right? You're
okay, but what you call moral virtue scale is analogous to the amount of heat, right? To the temperature.
Or to the amount, actually to the amount of flame there is, and then the consequence of the flame is delineated in temperature or whatever. But it's actually the amount of flame.
But
so
still,
there's always
more flame when it's on, right? Than when it's off.
There's a flame when it's on, but there's no flame when it's off.
But a flame is always more flame than no flame.
It's either there. There is a 6 million pound elephant sitting on my head, or there isn't. It's one or the other, right? Is there a 6 million pound elephant?
There's more weight on your head if there's any size of elephant on your head. There's more weight on your head than if there's nothing.
Yes or no? Is there a 6 million pound elephant sitting on my head? Yes or no?
What are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you.
Okay, so. There's an elephant on your head, and then
is it likely that there's a 6 million pound elephant sitting on my head? It's either yes or no. It's not whether it's a 6 million or 200 pound or 1 ounce.
Tell me the size. Tell me the size of elephant on your head that would ever be less weight on your head than nothing on your head.
The size of the elephant is determined by whatever physics you want to apply to it.
Okay. So a 1,000-pound baby elephant on your head is less weight on your head than a 10,000-pound elephant on your head. Right?
So is there
that corresponds to different degrees of virtue. Right? The 1,000-pound elephant is less weight than the 10,000-pound elephant.
Well, the virtue part, which let's say would equate to the stove knob being not in the off position, would equate to, let's say, an elephant of whatever various sizes sitting on my head.
Okay.
And the off would be that there's no elephant.
Oh, bye.
So
I
it's
guess you
either
had to go.
either there's no elephant or there is some elephant, right? And you can
Okay.
change out the
But
elephant.
any time that there is some elephant, it's putting more weight on your head than having nothing on your head is.
Anytime there's no elephant on my head, there's no elephant on my head.
And there's less weight on your head than anytime there's an elephant on your head.
And that's irrelevant to me.
That's a fact. So that's what you're the metaphors
but it's irrelevant.
that you're using
it's irrelevant
are
to the
all
point,
giving
right?
me
There's
all-
also
they're-
there's also no
well,
8 million-pound peas on my head too.
I
so
don't
that's
care
not
whether
relevant.
it's irrelevant to you. It's true
irrelevant.
that there's more weight on your head.
But it's
The,
irrelevant.
the scale of how much weight on your head doesn't only apply when you're comparing two different elephants on your head. It also applies
To
when
me,
there's
it does.
nothing
It's
on your head,
irrelevant to me.
and nothing on your head is a lesser amount of weight on your head than any elephant.
To
of
me,
any
it's
size.
irrelevant. It's irrelevant to me.
But I mean, what are you saying? It's irrelevant. Does that mean that it's not true what I just said?
Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter to me.
You
It's
don't care
irrelevant.
whether it's true or not. Okay.
It's just irrelevant. Yeah, you could say that.
Well, what does that mean? That you're just gonna stick your head in the sand and pretend that is not true?
No. I didn't say it's not true. It's irrelevant to me whether it's true or not.
So it's true, but it's true that
irrelevant.
any
It's
of
irrelevant.
those on temperatures of the stove are hotter than the off position.
It's irrelevant in the sense to answering the question as to whether or not there is an elephant on my head.
What I'm
It's
saying
irrelevant. The size of
when
the
you're,
elephant.
when you're placing
the size of the
different
elephant.
elephants on your head in terms of their weight, when you're ranking and arraying the different weights of possible elephants on your head on a continuum, no elephant on your head can very easily, obviously, be placed on the same continuum. Its weight of 0.
It's irrelevant to the question of whether or not there is an elephant on my head or not.
Well, it's not irrelevant to the question of how much weight is being put on your head by elephants, because I can place that on the scale. 0 weight is being placed on your head by elephants in the case where there's no elephant on your head.
And to
I
the
can
question,
I
of
can
whether-
place it on the
Mhm.
scale. I can place it on the thing that you're analogizing to your virtue scale.
And to the question of whether or not there's an elephant on my head, it's irrelevant.
Well, it's like saying, it's like saying either you have money in your bank account or you don't. And you're saying, like, Jeremy, having no money in your bank account is a completely different kind of thing from how much money you have in your bank account. And I'm saying, no, it's 0, and 0 can be placed on this continuum. Just like having $5 in my bank account is less than having $10 in my bank account. Having 0 is less than having 5. I place it on the continuum very easily.
And that's
then you
fine.
could say it's irrelevant to the question of whether I have no money or any money. Well, okay, you can just say that, but I can still place it on the continuum without any trouble.
And that's fine. That's your choice to do that, right?
So that doesn't establish that these metaphors are not helping me to understand how any concept like obligation or responsibility or permissibility is a separate kind of thing from degree of virtue or vice.
Yeah, I don't have an obligation to compel you to see it from my position, right? I can just tell you what my position is, right? But I don't have an obligation to compel you, right? Because you may not be.
Well, I'm placing all of your examples on the scale. I'm placing all of your analogous examples on a scale the same way that I could place any kind of sensible understanding of obligation on the virtue scale.
Right, there may be nothing that I can tell you that would compel you, right?
Well, maybe you need a different analogy. You need something like, I don't know, how tall or short somebody is. This is the only thing I could think of is biological sex. So I hope I don't offend people, but just pretend we're in the old non-woke days when there were only 2 biological sexes. So how tall or short somebody is on a continuum, and there's no sharp dividing line between being tall or short. There's no singular point where somebody changes from being short to being tall, but then somebody can also be male or female, and the male or female dimension is a separate dimension. It's a totally different kind of thing from how you know how tall or short somebody is. So if there was something like that, where you can't place like maleness on the continuum of tallness and shortness because they're different kind of things. That would be, if that's how you're thinking about obligation and permissibility, then you should be able to give me an example of two different actions where one of them is an obligation that has lower virtue, lower positive effect on the world than a second action, which is not an obligation, but produces a higher positive effect on the world. That contains more virtue. You should be able to pair up those two actions, because just like you can say, even though women are on average shorter than men, it's not a contradiction. There's no problem identifying a particular woman who is taller than a particular man. Right? That's what somebody needs to do to show me that obligation is a separate concept, not show me that there's a off position which is not on, because the off position is a lower temperature than all of the on positions, so I can place it on the temperature scale. You know, if you can describe obligation in such a way that the more virtuous action can be the one that is not your obligation, and the less virtuous choice is the thing that's your obligation, then that's the kind of thing I want to hear.
Well, I think you're making a... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just think I want to hear what your intuitive examples of those pairs of actions are, because I think I imagine that I'll end up disagreeing with the intuition that it's more important that you do the thing that does less to make the world a better place.
Yeah, and I think last time we talked, I think we came to the same conclusion that we're going to disagree on that, but I don't remember exactly how we concluded it. But I think you're making a category error when you're analogizing more or less virtuous things with the height of a man or woman or a person, because the height is something that you can actually measure, and you can have a definitive. You can say, let's say, 68 millimeters or whatever, or centimeters, whatever. You can measure it definitively, but I don't see how you can do that with moral virtuousness. So I think you're making a category error.
Well, the ease of precisely measuring it is a different question. What I'm going to say as a
morally virtuous thing, what I would argue is, let's say, very morally virtuous. You could just easily say, oh no, that's not. So I don't think there's anything I can tell you unless we had a...
Well, I gave the example.
If we had a ruler, if we can agree on a very, very definitive, specific ruler of all, we'd list 10 billion different things that are things that we can do that are morally virtuous, and we give them a specific delineation on this ruler, then maybe we can get somewhere. But I think it's fruitless to say anything further than this, because you can just easily disagree with. I could just say, saving a worm is very, very morally virtuous in my position, but you're going to say
I gave the example of I don't remember what analogy I used earlier in this talk, but the inability to precisely measure something is not a good basis for deciding that it can't be ranked on a scale. The fact that we can't be absolutely certain about every single comparison, or we can't get an exact cardinal value for something, is not a basis for thinking that we can't rank things in an ordinal way. I mean, I could give just infinite examples. I could say, I can't tell you the exact number of trees in the Amazon or the exact number of trees in Central Park, but I can tell you with very, very high degree of certainty, about as certain as I know anything in the world, that there are more trees in the Amazon than in Central Park. I can't, whatever amount of sand on a particular beach versus the amount of sand in a sandbox in a playground, grains of sand. Obviously, there are more grains of sand on the beach. I can't count even the grains of sand in the sandbox. So there's things like that. It's not the fact that I don't have a ruler I can precisely measure the degree of moral virtue in a cardinal kind of way, and just give you a precise numerical value. That doesn't prevent me at all for saying that donating $10,000 to the Against Malaria Foundation, aside from the meat eaters problem, where most humans are going to grow up to torture non-human animals, put the asterisk there again that we always do. But just in terms of human well-being, donating $10,000 to the Against Malaria Foundation is a much more morally good, in your terms you've been using, more morally virtuous action than giving $10,000 to the local symphony. That's I don't have to be able to calculate it out like using a ruler to measure height or whatever to be able to make that comparative judgment any more than I do for the number of trees in the Amazon versus Central Park.
And on that, we would have to very strongly agree, because I would argue, and I see no argument against this, one hypothetically could count the amount of trees, or one could measure, or one could count the number of grains of sand in a pool or whatever. The fact that it's not practical for us right now to do it doesn't mean that it can't be done. But you cannot do the same thing with what people have, because moral virtue, what moral virtue is just people's subjective opinions, whereas measuring
I disagree with that. I'm a moral
counting
realist.
A grain of sand is not, this doesn't take a subjective value. It takes just counting the grain of sand. So you're completely wrong on that. You're just completely wrong.
There's an objective fact to
you're just completely wrong.
The balance of
it's a category
positive well-being
error.
And negative well-being among sentient beings in the universe, and the difficulty of calculating that is a very large practical difficulty and an obstacle that we're probably never going to be able to perfectly overcome. But the computational complexity is immense. But I still hold it that there's a reality to the fact about the state of the universe in terms of the net well-being of sentient creatures.
Well, we're going to have to strongly disagree on that.
Many do. Many have before. But I'm still going to maintain the best arguments are in favor of moral realism and a scalar consequentialism that is well-being of sentient creatures is a feature of the universe, and it has an answer. We're not going to ever be able to know how many silicon atoms there are in the universe. We're not ever going to be able to know, how many mountains that are a certain precise elevation from the center of their planet or moon are in the universe. But just like the famous in philosophy, the famous example is how many birds are currently in flight on the Earth. You're never going to be able to calculate it, but you know that there's a number, and then so that there's an answer, and then there's a lot of other things you can say about that answer. For example, you can say that I should expect that there's a 50-50 chance that number is either odd or even, right? So there's nothing that we can know about things like that, even if we are completely unable of calculating the precise value.
Again, I would strongly disagree. I think it is possible to be able to know. It's certainly not practical right now, but I think it is possible at some point to know how many birds may be in flight in some future world where we have satellites that can actually see to very small detail. There is a it's not I don't see it as impossible to.
Well, then calculating net well-being in all of the universe is a much harder computational problem than that we never expect to be able to compute, but it still has an answer.
Well, show me how that can be.
And if you're well, show me how we can determine the number of silicon atoms in the universe. There's still an answer.
I don't know. There's
still an answer, and that answer is not 17. Okay, it's definitely not 17. It's definitely not like less than a billion. Okay, there's a whole lot of things that I could say about the number of silicon atoms in the universe.
So are you saying that being able to measure the number of silicon atoms in the universe is equivalent to being able to measure how many birds are in flight on Earth?
Well, no, I'm giving that. No, I'm saying that.
What?
Okay.
Holy shit.
They're not.
This is insanity. You're talking insanity here. I'm talking about how many birds are in flight on Earth, and you're talking about silicon atoms in the universe. This is insanity.
I'm changing the metaphor to illustrate the point that it's not
it's
about
not a point at all.
complexity.
It's not a point at all. My point is that you can calculate. You could hypothetically calculate with the proper technology.
Okay.
It may not be practical. You could calculate how many birds are in flight if you
That is
have the
not the
proper
point at all.
satellites. If you have the proper
point
technology.
is that there are things.
So you're talking about how many
okay.
silicon atoms in the universe. Holy shit! Do you not realize how ludicrous what you're doing? This is insanity, Jeremy. It's insanity. I mean, come on. Holy shit.
Fuck, dude, this is so disingenuous and bullshit.
Fuck. My God, this is insanity.
I'm changing. I'm changing the analogy in response to your completely tangential, irrelevant point about computational complexity. The point of the analogy, I changed the analogy so it's an accurate analogy to what I'm saying about well-being. The point is that computational tractability to solve an empirical question is not required to believe that there is an actual answer to that question. So if you're gonna propose this science fiction future where we can calculate the number of birds in flight at any given moment, then that's completely irrelevant to what the analogy is meant to illustrate. The point is there are lots of things that have a true answer despite our inability or our complete lack of expectation of ever being able to calculate that answer.
But you still haven't answered.
It doesn't
the
mean that the answer is just subjective. And
how do you measure what is virtuous? That's the whole point. What is the delineation
according
in a ruler,
to the degree to which
it
maximizes the expectation of net well-being for all of the sentient beings in the universe? And there's an answer. There's an answer to that question. Yes, it does. There's an answer to that question. Just like there's an answer to the question of how many silicon atoms are in the universe. There are answers to those questions.
Give me the ruler that you're going to use to measure that.
That's exactly the point that I'm illustrating. The point of this analogy is that objective answers to questions exist even in the absence of computational tractability to find those answers.
But you're not even giving me a ruler. So how do you? So how
you don't need a ruler?
Yes, you do. Then how do you measure that? How do you measure that?
Is there a true answer to how many silicon atoms there are in the universe?
How do you measure that?
Yes or no? Answer my question.
How do you measure that? How do you measure that?
Don't change it to a different question.
How do you measure that?
Answer my question first.
Jeremy, how do you measure that?
Jeremy,
answer the question. How do you measure that?
What
do you measure that with?
Is there an answer?
What do you measure that with? Jeremy, answer the question.
I did answer. I just fucking answered it right now.
Jeremy, answer the question. What do you measure that with? Right now, stop dodging. Stop dodging.
I'm answering the goddamn question.
What is the measurement tool that you use to measure what you just said?
Okay, for about the 10th time, I'm going to answer your fucking question. We do not have a tool to measure the number of silicon atoms in the universe.
So you don't know that you can measure it.
I'm not. I didn't say I could measure it.
You don't know that you can measure it.
I know that we cannot measure it.
You can measure it, but you don't know that you cannot measure it. If you don't have a tool
we cannot measure it
to use to measure it, then how can you claim that you can measure it? If you
I know that we cannot measure it. I fucking keep saying to you that I know that you cannot measure it. Why are you asking me how I know that I can measure it when I'm telling you that we cannot measure it?
If you don't even know that you have a tool, if you don't even have a concept of a tool to be able to measure, how can you say that you can measure it?
I can't say that you can't measure it. I am
number of
saying
birds.
to
I
you
can tell
over
you
and
that
over and over and over that I know that you cannot measure this thing. Do you
that's not my
understand that I am
question.
saying
That's
that you
not my
cannot measure such a
question.
thing?
That's not my question. My
What
God,
is your question?
holy fucking shit.
What's your
Jesus
question?
fucking Christ. Oh my fucking God. I'm not asking you if you can measure. I'm asking you what is the tool that you will measure it with. If you have no concept of what the tool is that you can measure it with, you cannot say that you can measure it. Do you not fucking understand it? Sorry.
I do not know of
Christ.
such a tool. I do
Jesus
not believe such a
fucking
tool
Christ.
exists, and therefore I believe that we cannot measure it. So will you please not ask me again how I can claim that we can measure it when I've just told you repeatedly that I believe that we cannot measure how many silicon atoms there are in the universe?
That's not what I was asking. Holy fuck. Okay, let's
You're
drop
asking me
this
what
whole
the
subject.
tool is. I'm telling you, I don't have such a tool.
Let's forget about it. You just completely changed the subject. It's like you're dodging completely.
You're asking me
ask
why
you-
I
I
believe
did
things
not-
that are the exact opposite of what I am telling you
I
repeatedly
did not
that I
ask
do
you
not
about
believe.
silicon atoms. That wasn't the question. And maybe I wasn't making myself clear, but I was talking about what you're talking about, what you just had mentioned previously, having to do with the virtue. What you're claiming is
Right. Right.
Having to do with suffering or whatever. Your subjective opinion about what is suffering or well-being,
That's right.
and not the silicon atoms. I was talking about that. What tool do you
Well,
use to measure that?
That's what an analogy is. That my claim is applies to both. That's why I think it's a good analogy. That's how analogies work.
But what tool are you using?
We don't have a tool to precisely.
So you don't know. You don't know.
No, there are plenty of things we can say about it.
But
Just
you don't
like there-
know. You don't even know if you can. You don't even know if it can be measured. At least with the bird example on Earth, I can say that with the tools that I will use are satellites and cameras. And
why are you going
we
to that
have
bad
tools.
analogy instead of the good analogy?
We have tools for that because that was the analogy that you brought up.
All right. I want you to answer my
you-
question now, okay? Because I answered your question repeatedly while you kept ignoring my answer.
You didn't.
Answer
you were
mine.
talking about silicon
Answer
atoms.
mine.
That wasn't my question. Or
Is
at least
there-
that wasn't my intended question. You
Well, you
talked
keep
about
wanting to use the
silicon atoms.
analogy of the birds that has become a bad analogy instead of using the good analogy.
You were talking about the birds. That's why I went with that, because that was your analogy. So
And then you created this completely irrelevant hypothesis about a science fiction world where the number of birds could be calculated, so it's no longer a good analogy. The good analogy is, to be a good analogy, it has to be something that we don't imagine that we could precisely calculate. So my question to you, Lewis, is there a fact of the matter about how many silicon atoms there are in the universe?
I would say probably.
Okay. So there probably is a fact of the matter, even despite our inability to come up with a tool that will allow us to get that exact number.
I don't know if there is a tool or not. I would think that there hypothetically could be a tool.
Well, then hypothetically, there could be a tool to measure the net well-being of sentient creatures in the universe.
What tool would that be?
Well, what tool would it be for silicon atoms?
Something that detects silicon.
Then something that understands how sentience arises in brains and what constitutes well-being and has access to subjective experiences in a way that could calculate it. That's my answer. That's my parallel answer.
What would that be? That's not parallel at all.
But the most important
silliness.
claim
That's
is that
silliness.
you don't need a tool or the expectation of precise calculation of a value in order to A, believe that a fact of the matter exists about that value, and B, be able to make lots and lots of true claims about it. For example, I am very, very confident, I'm essentially certain that there are more silicon atoms outside of the Earth than within the Earth. Okay? I can say that despite my complete inability to calculate the exact number of silicon atoms in the universe. Okay, I can say that it's reasonable to estimate that the number of silicon atoms in the universe right now is 50-50 as likely to be odd or even. Okay, there are lots and lots of things that you can say about facts of the matter in the universe, despite not having any tool or any expectation of precise computability of an exact answer. And the exact same thing is true about net well-being of sentient creatures. You know, I don't have to be able to have a tool that can precisely calculate an exact value of net well-being to believe that it's something that exists, something that has objective reality, and to say many important claims about it, such as my stubbing my toe decreases well-being by much less than, you know, somebody dying of bowel cancer. Okay, I don't need to be able to exactly measure net well-being to be able to say that the factory farming of chickens causes more net negative well-being every year than you know, human homelessness or something like that. Okay, I can say lots of true things despite not having a tool to calculate the objective cardinal value of something. That's true of lots and lots of things. You know, it's true of the trees in the Amazon versus Central Park. It's true of the grains in sand on a beach versus in a sandbox. It's true of, you know, various facts about the universe, different parts of the universe, and it's true of comparisons of net well-being or effects on net well-being. You know, I don't know what's I don't know what's so hard to comprehend or accept about that. You don't need precise calculation with a perfect tool to be able to make lots and lots of true statements about states of the universe.
You know, no, that's not my position at all, right? So either there is 10 so let's go, okay, using your example of silicon atoms in the universe, right? Let's say, just for argument's sake, that the universe is finite, that it is not expanding, that the number of silicon atoms, there's a finite number of silicon atoms in the universe, right? You're good with that?
I guess so. I guess some very obscure there's a minority belief that the universe or some kind of multiverse could be infinite, but I think that's not the consensus belief as a non-physicist. But yeah, so I imagine that the amount of anything in the universe must be finite.
Okay, so let's say that number is one. I have no idea what that number would be, but let's say it's 164 tree, right? You ever heard of tree?
Yeah, I know what tree is.
Yeah. So let's say it's 164 tree. What I have no idea if that would be it, if that's even close. Tree is probably
that's
even
definitely got to be much bigger than the primary particles in the entire universe of all kinds.
It probably is. Yeah, it probably is. Yeah. But whatever that number is, it's either that number or it's
There's
not.
actually actually it definitely is, because the number of permutations of a deck of cards gets very close to the number of primary particles in the entire observable universe. So you only need something like a 58 card deck to so 58 factorial, which is much smaller than what you just said, is 58. I think 58 factorial is larger than the number of all the primary particles in the observable universe.
Which could
okay.
Yeah.
So
either there is that number of silicon atoms or there is not, right? So we have we can have a definitive answer, and you've not presented a single compelling argument as to how we can come to a definitive answer on what is more morally virtuous than not. How do we determine what is more morally virtuous or not? How what do you
Based upon
measure
its,
that? What do you measure that with? What do you measure that? Because as far
based
as
upon its
I'm
reasonable
aware,
expectation
is
of.
that this is completely subjective. What you
Okay,
think
you asked me a
is
question.
well-being, to me that is completely subjective. So
Well,
you haven't made a compelling argument at all. So
I mean, I don't think that you're saying to me it's completely subjective in itself carries any more weight than you're saying that, you know, the number of trees in the Amazon is completely subjective. It's not. You know, the net
So
well-being of
how is it
all
not?
sentient beings has an answer,
How is it not subjective?
because there's a reality of what sentient beings are experiencing, which things are constitute forms of you know, happiness, pleasure, satisfaction versus you know, pain, suffering. There's a fact of the matter about that, and the fact that there is a fact of the matter, that there's an actual answer, is not you know, it's not disproven by the inability to precisely calculate it and put a single number on it.
So you're sticking with that? That's your position? That's your
Well,
argument?
there's plenty of other things that I can't calculate, that nobody can calculate, which there's still every reason to believe have an actual objective answer.
Okay. I guess I don't know where to go from here. I guess, you know, you haven't compelled me. I haven't compelled you. So we're back at square one, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Do you get good exercise? Did you burn off some calories from that? Yeah.
I think the difference of why we're not seeing this in the same way could be because you are a consequentialist, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not a consequentialist. So
I guess,
maybe
you know,
that.
there's two different tiers here. There's I think what actually constitutes consequentialism, which is thinking that the moral status of actions depends entirely upon the net expected consequences. So that's consequentialism in and of itself, and then there's a separate thing, which is you know, moral realism, realism about there being an answer to the net well-being of sentient creatures in the universe as a property of the universe, in the same way that there's a property of the universe of precisely how many silicon atoms it contains. You know, somebody could believe the second part. Somebody could believe that there's a fact of the universe, that the total net well-being in the universe has an answer, without believing that moral rightness entirely consists of the likelihood of maximizing that net well-being. Those are separable. So even though it sounds like you're disagreeing with with there being an objective fact about net well-being, and then you're probably also disagreeing with the part that's the ethical position of consequentialism. It says that entirely explains moral rightness.
Yeah,
two separate levels of disagreement.
Mm-hmm. And you would consider yourself both a moral realist and a consequentialist, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What, by the way, and you don't have to answer if it's personal or private. A lot of times when you're streaming, there are lots of people in the background. Is that your family or who is that?
We haven't talked about Korea much. I have with other people, but I've lived the majority of the last 16 years in South Korea as an English teacher. Well, first as a graduate student, and then as an English teacher. I've been back this whole summer since May in my hometown, staying with my sister and niece and nephew, and their 2 dogs.
Ah, okay.
I'll be going back to Korea pretty soon. So my earliest YouTube videos are from Korea.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll have to check a couple of those out.
All right. Yeah. No, I don't really do like any. I'm not like showing any landmarks or anything. It was like when I talked with Christina van Dijk, and when I talked to Carson the first several times, I was in Korea. I was doing first. I was like finishing up my contract and preparing for this long hike, and then some of the videos were made during my hike up the east coast of Korea. It was pretty cool, but unfortunately I couldn't finish it just because the guy who was taking care of my belongings in his business was suddenly in danger of losing his business, so I had to go and save my things and find other storage for them. But I'll go back and actually complete that hike one of these days.
Well, I hope you complete it.
So I've been here. That's why I've been able to be online so much. I've been here just kind of taking care of household chores. I'm from a small mountain town in Northern California. So there's a lot of kind of winter preparation. So I've been doing a lot of sawing and splitting of firewood.
Are you near the coast up there?
We've got to clean gutters because there are a lot of tall trees. So the gutters get clogged with pine needles.
Yep.
No, not near the coast. No, up between Sacramento and Reno, going up into the mountains toward Reno and Lake Tahoe.
Must be beautiful up there. I've been on the coast side of Northern California. It's quite stunning over there.
It's pretty nice up there with the redwoods. Yeah, we don't really have redwoods here. We have it's got cedar forest. Then you go up a bit and it transitions into pine forest. But definitely tall trees and very nice place to spend the summer since you have a lot of shade. And I was telling people the whole summer, I'll never complain about California dry summers because Korea has a humid early summer, and I've been in the Midwest, and like there's no way I could stand a Florida summer. as long as there's no humidity, I'm fine.
So you're saying that Korea is very humid? Is that where you're getting at?
Korea has like a typhoon season in the early summer where it's usually 100% humidity, and there's this heavy warm rain, really heavy rain that sometimes it can break your umbrella. And then the later summer is not so bad, but really Korea is good in the spring and fall. But in California, to me, the summer is, even the hottest days are perfectly fine. You just need to always have some ice water with you, and the fact that it's dry heat, I understand why people from elsewhere consider it paradise.
Right.
But so yeah, I've been busy with a lot of the things that you have to do everywhere around here to get ready for the fall and the winter, and also just kind of taking care of the house. My sister is a teacher and also worked throughout the whole summer as a swim coach. So I've been keeping myself useful, but also had plenty of time to make YouTube videos and play a bunch of board games online and stuff like that. But I really need to get back to normal life teaching in Korea. So
your sister and her family.
I'm waiting for an FBI background check for my work visa, and then I can accept a job and probably get back there in another month or two.
Your sister and her family seem to be completely ignoring you when you're screaming and stuff like that, which is good.
They do a good job. Well, I ignore the dogs when they go crazy. Oh, today it was some blue jays, but sometimes it's it's usually other dogs. They're not as wild when it's deer, which we see every day, or even wild turkeys. It's usually other dogs that set them off. But we have tons and tons of wild animals. All these deer coming through, and you start to recognize the individual deer when they have their babies, and a couple huge flocks of wild turkeys. So the dogs kind of get used to them too. But there's been a lot of dogs barking in the background of my videos, and it's probably a lot of stuff caught on camera here.
So I think we scared off all of our other fellow senators, but I should probably be getting going myself because I have a bunch of chores here to do. But look, I think, and I've said this a number of times, but I think you're a really smart person, probably a lot smarter than me. And, so while we may strongly disagree, that of course doesn't mean that I think you're a dummy, so I just want to make that clear.
Well, you too. Yeah, you got to have a certain amount of closeness to somebody before you start taking this sort of approach to them, right? Yeah, I definitely feel the same way. Jerome is saying in the comments that he's moving to Southern California, so gotta arrange him stopping by.
Well, that'd be awesome.
All
right.
I should be able to meet him in Sacramento. That should be pretty cool. Yeah. Okay. I think it's time to end this super long stream. Holy crap! Almost 5 hours.
Holy crap.
All right. Talk to you again soon, Lewis.
All right, my friend. You take care. We'll see you in the chats.
All right.
Take care.
Ciao.
Bye.